Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the podcast, the storm of social outfit outcasts, praise weirdos, and online nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy Soltis, aka the Authenticator, Soltis L. Mortimer.
Hello, everyone. We're slowly coming up on the end of August, and you know what that means. We begin plans for October. That sweet, sweet October country. Oh God, I can't wait.
And your host, last time Lord wannabe, the brainstorm of pop culture.
Like I said, I just realized that we're nearing the end of October, or we're nearing the end of August, and that means preparedness for October. Also, because I'm going to the Ren Fair again in September, and that'll be fun. I'm also planning on going a second time the weekend of Halloween, or the weekend just before Halloween, so that should be interesting too. But more to the point, we will be finally out of summer and into that sweet, sweet liminal space known as the October country. Hooray.
Right. Yeah, I got none. We've been somewhere uneventful. Just been working on projects and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We are. This is mostly a dull thing. I'll be honest. I picked the thing for happy on, but
He did his normal thing of trying to counterbalance the stupid with something good. But apart from that, it was things that I picked. Although to be fair, one slot was taken up by finishing up the post-mortem on Feminist Frequency / Anita Sarkeesian.
Right. And we are going to start a little bit before. All right. Yeah, we're going to start a little bit before, just so we have context.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, okay. If I remember correctly, this was talking about how feminist frequency is taught in a video game college or video game design courses.
Even though it has nothing to do with any of those things.
Research writing on video games. Okay, so if you want the first half of this article, I do suggest you check out podcast storm number 227.
Yes. Be prepared for me pointing out repeatedly that Lindsay Ellis, for whatever you may think of the Nostalgia Chick or the former Nostalgia Chick, she beat Anita to it by a good solid decade or half decade at least.
Right.
And she was better at it.
Right. So just reading a paragraph before, so we have context for what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of students, both men and women, who sort of realize that the portrayal of women and all marginalized groups in video games is bad. But Sarkeesian's work helps focus their attention. As he said, he provides a lens through which it becomes almost impossible to deny or ignore the extent of the problem. No, she does.
Here is the thing. Here are two very important things, Professor who is simping for Anita. One, you're presupposing a problem. Two, as you just admitted, it is a lens through which you see the world. And here's the thing about lenses of any kind, ideological lenses of any particular kind. They become dangerous at the exact moment when you confuse a lens through which to see something with all there is to see, or the real world. Because that's the thing. I'm all for ideological lenses and ideological examination. Seeing something from a Victorian lens, or seeing something through a feminist lens, or seeing something through an anti-feminist lens, or what have you. But the important thing, okay, is to always remember that, to varying degrees at least, a lens is meant to alter the things that get filtered through it. Like, take any given pair of sunglasses that's any particular color, and you will notice that the things in the light spectrum that uh, filter through that particular color will become amplified, and the things that don't filter through that particular color will become diminished. And as such, it is very important to remember that lenses are just that. They are a way to hyper hyper focus on certain aspects of the real world while de-emphasizing others. But if you forget that you did that to the point that you think your lens is the objective truth, at that exact moment you would be a fuck up. Because, you know, if you put the lenses on and remember that the lenses are on, then you can switch and swap different perspectives and different lenses as and when the situation calls for them. But if you forget that the lenses are filtering things, then you will willfully ignore parts of reality that probably shouldn't be ignored. Moving on.
Right. Okay. Tropes versus women in video games continued until the end of 2017. After years of abuse and harassment that one could simply call hell, the harassment Sarkeesian and his team experienced is unconscionable. It includes dangerous levels of violence, like bomb threats made at events Sarkeesian was attending. Sarkeesian's first work predated the period of time now called Gamergate, a movement that is now considered a watershed movement in the rise of far-right extremism, a channeling of decades worth of bigotry and hatred embedded in systems, platforms, and communities both online and off. When tropes versus women in business continues to Gamergate, the hatred was channeled toward her and others who advocated for better conditions.
And yet somehow, even though Lindsay Ellis, aka the Nostalgia Chick, was a dyed-in-the-wool second to third wave feminist, she was likable, and her fans very often engaged with her and her arguments, with no, or at least very minimal comparative, harassment, quote unquote. So, I must ask the question. We have two people here who are both content creators, who are both extremely feministy, who are both, sticking their noses in the pop culture sphere. Why is it that one of these was mostly tolerated or even lionized by the fandom community, and the other was treated like the goddamn Antichrist? Could it perhaps be that one of these individuals, Lindsay Ellis, was, for all of her faults and foibles and her feminism, was at least a nerd with some comedic talent and some ability to act like a goddamn human being? Whereas Anita Sarkeesian was basically the feminist equivalent of Jack Thompson. And that's the other thing. For all of her many faults and foibles, Lindsay Ellis almost never actually said, "This is so morally repugnant that we should ban this." All she ever suggested in her early days, or in the days when she was popular, was, let's de-emphasize this particular pop culture trope. And that's the other thing. How they both engage with tropes is very important to keep in mind here. Lindsay would point out a trope and explain in her own unique semi-comedic dry humor way, because she was, let's face it, Lindsay Ellis was very often channeling Daria, and I don't think she would take exception to that comparison, because she has made a video on herself being a fan of Daria, and even doing a Daria impression while she did it. So I don't think she would point out that. But point being, she noticed a trope, thought it was stupid and or limiting and or overly simplistic and or silly, mocked it with her customary dry Daria-esque humor, and usually offered some kind of alternative, or at the very least, incentivized people to do something else than whatever she found to be stupid. Anita treats tropes in and of themselves like they are the feminist equivalent of sins. And just like the very same people who were involved in Gamergate, most of whom, by the way, were not far right. And it must be said that most of the Gamergaters were the types of people who were classically liberal and or center left leaning. Very few of them were actually, honest to goodness, far right. And even the ones that tangentially were, like Milo Yiannopoulos, were extremely gay, flamboyant hipsters at the time. And by the way, it must be said that this harassment of yours was mostly just the exact same kind of criticism that people like Jack Thompson or Frederick Wortham used to receive for wanting this exact same bullshit in games and or comics. Because when you attack someone for the art they enjoy, or the games that they play, or the fun pastimes they engage with, and you target them for the sake of moral shaming and moralism, they will, in no uncertain terms, tell you to get fucked. The difference is that one of these sets was telling off the hyper-traditionalist like Frederick Wortham or Jack Thompson, and one of these sets was telling off Anita Sarkeesian as the gender-flipped and ideologically flipped version of a Jack Thompson or a Frederick Wortham. And as such, she was getting treated equally to the kind of morally objectionable fuckwits who, Jack Thompson and Frederick Wortham are exemplars of. And no, the traditionalist mindset hasn't disappeared. Look at the famous Rebel segment from Gavin McGinnis, or look at the most recent, Anime is Satanic screed by Matt Walsh. So yes, those kind of traditionalists, those kind of conservatives can also get fucked by most of the fan base. But it must be said that if we don't like moralism in our arguments, we don't like moralism in our arguments, no matter which side is presenting the moralism. It doesn't matter if you're saying video games make people violent because impressionable youths, or video games make people sexist because, mustache twirling patriarchy. Neither of these arguments hold any water, and so they are regarded equally. Do you see? Moving on.
Yeah, sorry, I have a potato, but go.
Mm-hmm.
Sarkeesian's work helps eliminate harmful themes and themes content, and our challenge of misogynistic comfort zone helps make that exist the future visible by providing their target. Game designer at Tufts University lecturer Jason Weiser explains Polygon. Sarkeesian described how exhausting it was not only to experience this level of harassment and abuse, but he expected to speak to this experience on campus.
Once again, the problem, my dear, is your definition of harassment and or abuse is equivalent to someone else's definition of criticism. No one is saying harassment is a good thing. We're saying what you received was more akin to extremely irreverent and extremely bombastic criticism than it was harassment or intimidation. Or at the very least, you were no more or less harassed than the kinds of people like Jack Thompson, Matt Walsh, or Gavin McInnes who say this kind of bullshit on the traditionalist side of the argument. If you fuck with people's pastimes, with people's sources of enjoyment, especially using morally authoritarian arguments, you will be told in no uncertain terms to go fuck yourself with the nearest mountain. And if you don't like being treated equally to your male counterparts, Anita, then perhaps you should reframe this entire thing. Because you claim you want equality. But what you want equality to, it seems, is the unquestionable 1% aristocrats. You don't want equality with the average, garbage man or the average fireman or the average policeman, the people who are subject to things like public scrutiny. You want equality, and by you I mean you and your feminist cohorts who would agree with you, want equality with the top 20% of men, and even more so with the top 1% of that 20% of men. Because Lord knows you don't want to be subject to the same criticism as a male politician who puts his foot in his mouth, like Jack Thompson, or a male provocateur who puts their foot in their mouth, like Matt Walsh or Gavin McInnes. You want equality to the academics who cannot be questioned under auspices of academic authority. And yeah, no, you can go fuck yourself, love. Especially if you're going to meddle with people's art.
Right. No.
Mm-hmm.
I was still over talking about abuse, the dog and pony show for trotting out my abuse. He said at that point all my comments for online harassment because I feel like I'm not talking about my experience anymore. It's online. You can go check it out. I'm not re-traumatizing myself for the sake of this audience. And that's when I started realizing that I'm just really fucking over it.
Anita, you do realize that if it weren't for the alleged abuse that you received, you would have far less of a platform than you do. Because you used the moral authority granted to you by assumed victimhood to force your way into the industry. Which, again, for all of the faults and foibles of Lindsay Ellis, aka the Nostalgia Chick, she never did that shit. Never. She never once played the victim card to explain away her actions or to try to gain more and more clout in the industry, with the possible exception of the change of her contributions to the Change the Channel document. But A, that was when her relevance began to wane, kind of semi-surprisingly. B, that was actually a massive hindrance to her popularity because unlike you, Anita, she wasn't selling herself on her victimhood or her assumed victimhood and only that. She actually had some skills and some merits worth speaking of that made people actually, want to engage with her and her arguments.
Right. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Film frequency ultimately evolved in 2019 during a country that game developers and journalists alike consider the first big hashtag #MeToo movement moment in video games. Game developers have been speaking about the abuses they face for years, but often in private and through whisper networks. Months after Hollywood's hashtag #MeToo reckoning and consciousness exhaustive report of sexism at League of Legends developers highest games, a Gambler.
Anita, you are not responsible for women being in the video games industry. You're not responsible for all women indie game developers. You're not responsible for anything other than the feminist co-opting and infiltration of the industry, which is basically just subsuming the games industry to your fucking church. And it doesn't make a difference to me that that church happens to be secular instead of supernatural or religious. This is how you convert a society to a new ideological paradigm. First, you capture the equivalent of the kings and or clergy, those with both practical and ideological or moral or intellectual authority over a civilization. Then you begin to slowly co-opt the institutions of that society, which is why many Christian churches were built over top of pagan religious sites. It's a way of going, all your power are belong to us. And that is basically the only thing that you were useful for, Anita, is you were useful getting feminism's foot in the door of the games industry, and then eventually into the comics industry and the movie industry and every other fucking entertainment industry. And once again, for as long as you have been forcing your foot into every conceivable door, Anita, there has been at least some portion of the fan base that actively pushed back against you. You do realize that you, Zoe Quinn, and Brianna Wu created Gamergate, right, Anita? You created the need to have a response against you. Just like Heather Antos and Sina Grace created to, and of course Nick Spencer created Comicsgate, and Ryan Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy created the Phantom Menace, and so on. If you didn't play your hand too early, and make no mistake, that is what happened. Had you been more subtle about it and slowly, incrementally increased the amount of feminism or the amount of social justice in general in any given IP, very few people probably would have noticed. It probably would have been a boiling the frog thing. But because you were riding high off of the atmosphere of 2009 through 2013, you thought you were secure enough in your ideology and that everyone agreed with you enough that you could play your hand. You could, go mask off for the first time and slowly co-opt it, actually go for an ideological capture of the industry. Well, unsurprisingly, you didn't go the incremental route, and so there were a bunch of people who went, holy shit, this thing that was stealth there since 2009 is now being overtly shoved in our faces, and we will not be having it. No, thank you. It's funny. I hate to be a Monday morning quarterback and give my enemies advice and all, but yeah, no. Next time you want to ideologically reprogram a civilization, be more subtle. Except your ideology won't let you be more subtle because you think that things like meritocracy and beauty standards are the actual heart of the problem. And that is why, for example, something like Greta Gerwig's Barbie is more successful than Mindy Kaling's Velma. Because while Greta Gerwig's Barbie and Mindy Kaling's Velma were ideologically very, very fucking similar, Greta Gerwig made some compromises, at least, on the whole beauty standards and meritocracy are bad MK approach. And therefore Barbie was allowed to be a beautiful character, both interpersonally, in terms of her personality, and aesthetically. That's why Barbie, or that's at least one of the reasons why Barbie is more successful than Velma, or She-Hulk, or insert any other example. And honestly, if feminists would just ease up a little bit on the hatred of beauty standards and the hatred of nice characters and or solid world building, they probably would be more successful. I'm glad they aren't, because that would be more dangerous for everyone involved. But yeah, that's the ideological compromise I would advise feminists to make: is stop claiming that meritocracy is bad, MK, or that beauty standards are harmful, MK. If you just give people a pretty enough package, you can actually make them swallow the ideological gobbledygook. Shouldn't give that advice because because the percentage of them that take it will become infinitely more dangerous. But I'm somewhat secure in my knowledge that, considering that the end of meritocracy and the end of beauty standards is one of the most fundamental axioms of their belief system, even if it would make sense for them to take my advice, they're not going to for ideological Puritan reasons. Moving on.
People from across the industry came forward to speak about the industry's problems with sexism and harassment. Accountability was finally starting to happen in 2021. Things came to a head once again when the California Civil Rights Department sued Activision Blizzard for its alleged culture of harassment and gender discrimination.
Yes, Activision Blizzard, the company that is full to the brim with male feminist aristocrats. You cannot look at people who are trying their damnedest to adhere to your ideology and claim that they are secretly the patriarchy, Anita. Activision Blizzard and Wizards of the Coast are, for worse, frankly, but in theory, for better or worse, feminist companies. And unsurprisingly, because we all know, even the feminists, most of them, know exactly what lurks in a significant proportion of the dark heart of most male feminists, it is unsurprising that the very same people who will scream #MeToo out of one side of their face are diddling their secretary out of the other side of their face. But that doesn't mean the games industry has always been a hive of scum and villainy. That means that, frankly, you caused the very same evil we were claiming to fight or counter, Anita. Moving on. Mm-hmm.
I just checked me back in, like Eugene said. People were reaching out to me for help. I understand why people are coming to me. It was this interesting moment where I recognized that my career up until this point made me the perfect person to spearhead some of this work. It's kind of sad, but here we are. With the help of several collaborators, Feminist Frequency team started the Games and Online Harassment Hotline, which opened up to the public in August 2023. Anyone involved in the video game industry, players, game developers, could use a confidential text message service, fill-in hotline director, program manager at Feminist Frequency, spearheaded the project. Staffers at a call center that specializes in mental health and suicide prevention work were trained in video game specific issues according to links into these hotline messages.
And what exactly is your definition of harassment? If you mean the kind of shit that Blizzard and Activision and Wizard of the Coast got up to, then fine. That counts, I suppose, as harassment. But here is the rub, Anita. If you limit the definition of harassment to the most literal definitions, i.e., the kind of stuff that Activision, Blizzard, Wizards of the Coast, and that sort of ilk got up to, then the only place you're going to find it is at the tip top of corporations, and many of those people are going to be either feminists or male feminists. If, however, you apply that same standard to the kinds of messages you got during Gamergate, they don't work together. Those two definitions are not simpatico. They are not related. The only way your system works is if you conflate very innocuous levels of irreverent, standoffish, or overly blunt criticism with that kind of behavior. But if you actually parse the difference between someone saying online, "You're so stupid, I hope you go get raped in a fire," and someone actually diddling their secretary, if you parse the difference between those two things, you would realize that the shit you got during Gamergate was not any worse than the kind of shit that Jack Thompson gets, or that Matt Walsh got after he called anime satanic, or that Gavin McInnes still probably to this day gets over the stupidity of the Rebel video. if you actually parse the difference between actual abuse and people not respecting your boundaries as a aristocrat and thereby criticizing you, if you parse the difference between those two things, you would realize that one of these things is way more infinitely common than the other, and the other is only applicable to aristocrats, not the plebs who criticized you on Twitter.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
It's hard to quantify the hotline's success. All the conversations are anonymous, and it's hard to judge even the impact of the hotline arson person. Like I said, it's a simple conversation before a person moves on, and then you never text again. If they did, agents won't ever know. It's all anonymous. But we have heard that it felt surprising and refreshing to find a space specifically for gamers. And said it's a game space where they could be met with so much compassion and empathy. They're slightly redefining what a game community space should look like.
And what sort of quality control or quality assurance do we have in these accusations, Anita? Because here's the thing, and this is at the center of this whole problem. Accusations in and of themselves are not evidence of a crime. They are evidence of someone accusing someone of a crime. But in the actual, rubber meeting the road legal system, either the civil one or the criminal one, there is this thing we call the standard of reasonable doubt, as well as the standard of innocence until proven goddamn guilty. The only way that this system of yours works is if we take the accusations as legitimate in their own right, we don't hold them to any standards, and we treat the accusation itself as some kind of evidence of a crime. That is not how a rational legal system or a rational ethical system works, because people can be mistaken, people can be erroneous or hysterical, or people can be opportunistic. There's a reason I listed that last one last, because I will agree with you that most times out of 10, even when someone is banged to rights wrong, I can believe that they sincerely believe that something happened. But here's the thing. There is a difference between something you believe and something that is the case. So even if we take opportunism completely out of the equation, even if we assume that every single person who comes with an accusation genuinely believes they are a victim of something, we still have to go through the process of logic and evidence to figure out whether they are correct or not. Because there is a distinction between things that you think happened in the heat of the moment, in the sake of hysteria, or in the sake of your own personal bias, and things that actually happened in the cold light of reality. Look at Amber Heard. I genuinely believe, largely due to her obvious cluster B personality disorder of some description, probably borderline, that she believes that Johnny Depp abused her. However, I do not believe that her belief accords to what actually happened. She can believe something and be wrong. So even if we take opportunism off the table, which, again, I do think it is probably the rarest of all of the above, even if we assume that everyone who accuses anyone of anything believes on some level that they actually did it, your beliefs can be wrong. And if we are staking someone's entire reputation and or career on your accusation, then your accusation had best be held to some kind of scrutiny. But these sorts of hotlines are a nest of self-amplifying, self-reverberating victimhood, i.e., where someone can claim victimhood over something and they will not be questioned so long as they ideologically fit the mold of the kind of victim we're looking for. Moreover, if someone claims to be a victim and doesn't fit the ideological mold of the kind of victim we're looking for, they will probably be ignored, even if their cause is more legitimate than the average person. For example, if Johnny Depp went to the police and said, without all the public rigmarole, my ex-wife abused me horribly, most people would not believe him because he is a man and she is a woman, and in the instinctive common parlance of humanity, women are the victims of male abuse in general. But that doesn't mean that she is the victim of his abuse. And that certainly doesn't dispute the fact that he was the victim of hers. Because you see, we have to actually test and verify both the evidence of the crimes and the logic that underpins them. Because sometimes intuitive assumptions and, things we believe happened from our own personal perspective can be mistaken, you see. Moving on.
Sorry, I'm back. I was getting water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Moving on.
Yes.
Sport activity space extended to the home workplace itself, with the team coming together in high stress, high traffic situations to carry the emotional load of it all. We're really grateful. We could be for some people the only place they could talk about this stuff unsaid. There's all this stigma around sexual violence, and gag orders are not uncommon in this industry. A lot of people felt they couldn't talk about it in other places. I felt so powerful that would be here for that and be supportive to each other. We were able to share and hold all that secondary trauma and emotional ripples together, so that it wasn't too heavy and didn't break any of us.
Okay, here's the problem, Anita. The people who are the least likely to be believed
No, that's
in.
Lynn. That's not. It's Lynn, not Anita. Yeah.
Okay, well, whoever the fuck said that, the problem with your supposition there is sexual violence is something we have a hard time believing because of this thing called charitability, or this thing called innocent until proven guilty, or this thing called proportionality, i.e., the reason why we treat sexual violence with such skepticism is because it has a tremendous amount of moral weight. It's like calling someone a rapist or a racist, or in the medieval period it was like calling someone a witch. If that accusation went unchallenged and was believed wholesale in any of those cases, you could wind up dangling from a fucking tree by way of a noose, or burned at the fucking stake. And even today, the worst thing you can be if you go to prison is either a rapist or a child rapist. Either of those two things will get even the hardest of the hardcore sociopaths beating the living fuck out of you and making sport of your own death. Because for all their faults and foibles, even the worst among us have a line by which they will not cross, and that line is very close to rape and child rape. Therefore, because sexual violence has such moral weight behind it, we have to be very sparing with how we use it, in exactly the same way as we are sparing with the use of a nuclear weapon. To call someone a sexual assaulter or a sexual abuser or a rapist is basically a giant social nuke. Because there is nothing worse in common parlance, except for maybe a torturer and a mass murderer. Not even a mass murderer. Mass murderers, if they don't murder in a violent way, will probably get off a lot easier than a rapist. But in common parlance, the only thing worse than a rapist is a child rapist. Literally, in most people's moral hierarchies. And so, since this accusation is basically a moral nuke, we have to be very skeptical before we cry havoc and let slip the dogs of social oblivion. because otherwise you wind up with a line of people waiting to be burned at the stake 10 miles long, and whoops, we committed a mass genocide again. So we are very careful with the accusation of sexual assault, and therefore any accusations of it are A, seen as inherently uncharitable because it's actually an extremely aberrant thing for a human being to do. It is not only morally repugnant, but it is also, for the sake of our own sanities, something we consider rare. Because if we didn't consider those extraordinary cases rare, we would be paranoid and thinking that there was literally a sexual assaulter behind every rock. In the same vein as you have to be careful when you accuse someone of being a pedo or accusing someone of being a witch if it happens to be, the Middle Ages, because otherwise you're fucked. You assume that the world is a totalitarian nightmare when it likely isn't one. A, charity, B, the moral weight of the accusation prevents us from being anything other than skeptical if we want to live in a world where happiness is even likely. Because otherwise we would wind up in a system where everyone is dehumanizing everyone else and assuming that they're the worst possible specimens of what a human being can be. And that's a good way to end a civilization or a species, is when everyone is failing to have even the minorest bit of trust for their family, brothers, sisters, friends, or neighbors. Moving on.
Yeah. Lenin Sarkeesian said they were surprised to find that people who had done harm to others in the industry were also facing harm. We were prepared for people who were being harassed, but we were not prepared at all for people who were doing harassment. Sarkeesian said. So you had to make quick decisions around these sort of messages, which they do. Hotline spiritual as a space for victims. But Sarkeesian and Lane quickly realized that transformative justice had a role there too. It fell in line with the values we had around understanding harassment and violence as an ecosystem and this environmental issue rather than just one bad apple. You can't force people to change, but for whatever reason, people are showing a bit of vulnerability. Including fiscal where it should hold the door open for change.
Am I missing something, or is she describing a bunch of people coming into her group and saying, "How dare you accuse me of being such a thing, you evil cunt"? Because that's what it really sounds like. It sounds like she was expecting this to be a pure and unvarnished place where alleged victims could sling accusations left and right. But she was surprised when a bunch of people who were offended by being accused of such things showed up and argued with her. That seems to be what happened there. Unless I'm misreading something. But yeah, if that's what happened, by the way, you can't expect someone to take the worst possible accusation you could ever possibly throw at them lying down. Again, this is the kind of thing that even mass murderers will murder people over. If they think that that person is a rapist or a pedo, that is as good as signing a death warrant. Because even the worst of the worst have a standard whereby they will not cross. It's like the famous scene in the Batman Captain America crossover where the Joker finds out the Red Skull is a Nazi and he nopes out immediately because, to quote the Joker, I may be a sociopath, but I'm an American sociopath. God damn it! Even the worst of the worst have some line somewhere. Whether you're talking about a fictional example like a Joker or a Hannibal Lecter or a John Kramer Jigsaw, or whether you're talking about literal examples, like the case whereby, you know, even the worst of the worst criminals will, if they find out you are or are even in for rape or child rape, your ass is on a one-way trip to the Reaper. And as a result of the aforementioned moral weight that these accusations have, people unsurprisingly get very defensive and very retentive when you accuse them of something, because yes, it is dehumanizing, because um because things like sexual assault or rape or child rape are so aberrant in terms of human behavior. To accuse someone of being one of those things is as good as saying you do not have a conscience, you do not have a human soul. And it's literally dehumanizing if people believe it. Which is why, and this is the funny thing that hardly anyone ever mentions. You want to know why black people got lynched back in the day? The main reason why black people got lynched back in the day? Because it wasn't explicitly racism. That's how it turned out, but it wasn't explicitly racism. The reason why black men were very often lynched, most often, was a false rape accusation. The idea was black men are more masculine than white men, and therefore more animalistic, and therefore have less control over their sex drive. And so, since they are subhuman animals who can't control themselves, they're more likely to commit sexual assault or rape.
It's still
And
fucked up. No one's gonna deny that.
no, it's fucked up, but it's fucked up for different reasons than most people think. Most people think someone just saw a black face and immediately went, I hate this person, I'm going to kill them. But that's not what happened. What happened was the assumption was black men were more masculine than white men, therefore had less control over themselves, because even back then the assumption was to be masculine was to be animalistic. And since black men were more masculine and therefore more animalistic and had alleged less control over their sex drive, they would be more likely to commit rape. And no self-respecting white woman would ever sully her pure, virginity with a black dick. Therefore, if a black woman or if a black man and a white woman ever had sex, it couldn't possibly be that she got her jimmies ruffled and actually was attracted to him. No, it had to be that he was a rapist, and therefore let's hang him from the fucking tree or the street light or what have you. That's a very good fucking reason why the accusation of rape is something we should be very, very careful with, because the accusation of rape is as good as the accusation of you are an animal who can't control their urges and therefore we have no reason to regard you as human anymore.
I mean,
That's basically what it translates to in practice.
this is what happened to Phil.
Hmm?
Lucas Phil. I think it's someone else.
I don't know that name off the top of my head.
Well, that boy that was visited family in the south and was beaten and beaten and left to die. Found his body like days later because he was some white girl said that he touched her or something.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that specific example, but yeah, it's something very similar to that. And that is very often a source for prejudice. The assumption that whatever variety of person you're talking about is subhuman and therefore will commit rape. And of course it becomes incredibly more dark when you consider that means in practice that a rich white woman can fall in love with a black man, can be seduced by him consensually, and then if she regrets it afterwards, all she has to do is say, "Well, yeah, we had sex, but he forced himself on me, or I regret it, and therefore," and then whoops, dead, hanged from the fucking tree. Because it couldn't possibly be that I, the saintly white woman, did anything wrong. It can only be that he took advantage of my own sex drive, which is an actual excuse that they used. Like we as the poor innocent woman couldn't control our sex drive around such a masculine individual. Derp.
Emmett Till. Sorry, Emmett Till.
Aha. But yeah, there are a lot of historical examples of white woman has consensual sex with black man, white woman regrets it, black man gets lynched because the assumption is she would never possibly consensually soil herself with that beast dick. It could only possibly have been rape, and therefore let's kill him.
Don,
Mm-hmm.
you really gotta learn to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. And please note that my summarizations there were all incredibly acerbically sarcastic. I am not agreeing with their mindset at all. I'm just mockingly being explicit about what they thought, basically.
So just so anyone who doesn't know, Emmett Till, I'm looking this up on Google. Here's a brief description. Emmett Till was an African-American boy who was abducted, tortured, and lynched in Mississippi in 1955 at the age of 14 after being accused of assaulting a white woman, Ryan, in her family's grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that because there was I don't know, 2 or so years ago, there was a trailer for a movie, and it was biographical, one of like movies that are supposed to be historical, but aren't exactly accurate, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Yes, moving on.
Okay. That's where Respect, a program in support space for people who have caused harm, comes in. From that work on the hotline, Lynn created a separate small group initiative. Though they don't know what Respect will look like after feminist frequency closes, they remain committed to keeping it running as part of the organization that clearly influenced the video game industry, even on an individual scale. I really feel like I've witnessed transformation and seen actual cycles of violence and harassment and harm start to broken in the industry. Then said, one of Respect's core tenets is healing through community, removing that sense of isolation.
I got nothing. Of course, it's going to be left open even without her, but it's not going to be relevant to anything because let's also be honest, Anita, you haven't been relevant to anything since probably about 2017. Like the last time you were in an actual news cycle was when you called Sargon a quote shithead and garbage human unquote. That was the last time anyone bothered to think about you. Moving on.
Moving on.
Yep.
She's coming back to that sense of isolation and her own healing as she moves on to chemistry. For a really long time, I was alone with and said that makes it worse. It's really easy to sit in fear constantly. I had some support, but I was afraid of everyone. She said she was forced to create a show to get through it. I don't want people to have to toughen up in order to take this online, but I should have never gone through any of this if I didn't create an emotional shelf around me. Shut the fuck up.
Anita, you were not harassed. You were told repeatedly and in no uncertain terms you were stupid and wrong. You were told you were stupid and wrong. in exactly the same kind of language that Jack Thompson was told he was stupid and wrong for wanting to ban video games back in the day, or that Matt Walsh or Gavin McInnes are told they are stupid and wrong for all the stupid shit they say. Matt Walsh with his anime is satanic argument, and Gavin McInnes with his famous Rebel rant about video games. But unironically, or rather, it is, I guess, semi-ironic, when a feminist is faced with actual equality to men, i.e., equality to the 99 or rather the 80% of men that she doesn't even consider men, she doesn't like it. It's only when she has equality to the aristocratic 1% of men who can't be questioned ever that she actually feels right. But no, you didn't start anything new. You didn't do anything new. You didn't do anything that Lindsay Ellis, the nostalgia chick, didn't do half a decade to a decade before you and better and more likable. And your biggest contribution to the world, Anita, is actually the opposition movements that you created in response to you. You gave us Thunderfoot, you gave us Sargon, um you gave us the quote unquote skeptic community TM and the Gamergate community TM. And inadvertently you gave us people um like Heather Antos um or Richard or I almost said Richard Spencer, that would have been hilarious. Nick Spencer, who gave us things like Comicsgate. You gave us people like um you gave us people like Kathleen Kennedy inadvertently, which led to the creation of the Phantom Menace. The best thing you did for the world, Anita, was unifying and activating the attentions of people who wanted to, in great detail, explain why you were wrong. And so thank you for that work you did, Anita, but it's not the work or the legacy I think you wanted, is it? You could have just been an actual nerd like Lindsay and actually gotten a fan base the good old fashioned way by being, good, likable, or engaging at something. But I suppose the help, I'm a poor woman, I have the moral high ground victimhood works too. And it's kind of sad that it worked better for you than it did for Lindsay, even though Lindsay was actually doing the fucking work. Oh well.
Okay. A paragraph left. So. Sarkeesian recognizes that the amount of online harassment she gets sent is abnormal for the everyday person, but that change has slowed down considerably. It's not bomb threats, really, not doxing. It gave me space to breathe a little more, she said. I remember a moment where I did get harassed. I don't know what it was, but it was either Twitter message or email. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, that hit. And then I was like, wait a minute, that hurt. That's cool. Being able to feel again, that's a form of healing. And by stepping away for a bit, we hope to keep giving ourselves more and more space to grow.
Okay, so you admit that the harassment air quotes that you received is basically just the normal background noise of the internet that every content creator or celebrity gets, or even just average punter if they have spicy enough opinions. And you admit that things like doxing and bomb threats count as harassment. So I must point out that many of the Gamergate meetups that used to happen back in the day around 2013 or so, some of which included feminists like Christina Hoff Sommers, otherwise known as Based Mom back in the day, they would often be shut down or just deplatformed outright because of bomb threats or someone going to a event organizer and tattling and being like, "Do you know that you're platforming secret Nazis, even though they're not?" And very often the platforms would buckle to the moral pressure and go, "Oh my goodness, I didn't realize I was platforming secret Nazis," even though you're the one who called them Nazis. They do not identify that way themselves, and no meaningful definition of the word Nazi could be applied to them. So yeah, no, if doxing and harassing people like Christina Hoff Sommers or Liana Kersner counts as harassment, then you gave as good as you got, and you gave with the moral and authoritarian force of the mainstream media. Whereas all we had back in the day was places like Reddit and 4chan. And we still managed to mostly kick your ass. Which should tell you something about just how fragile the establishment's narrative is. But, of course, you're never going to learn that, are you, Anita? Moving on.
Yeah. Open the next one. Alright. It's still loading. Hold on. Yeah. Again, this is Dawn's thing. So I'm going to be done with this after we talked about last week.
Mm-hmm.
But Dawn loves to punish us.
Hmm?
They love making us suffer.
I'm sorry, but the bastarding thing has made more than $1 billion, and it's
You are
and
not.
they're and they're
Don't
and
even.
they're they're still making new and very varied arguments on the stupid things. So yeah,
Don't even try to say that because I know you're not.
no, I'm not sorry. It's worth covering and it's worth rebutting, especially when they're wrong in 500 different distinct and unique ways.
Alright, hello, Sometime Gaming. If I have something to tell you, don't. You know the most about movie I found how tough it is being a man.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of extremely based women who agree with the no matter how hard Barbie tries to be feminist, it actually winds up being inadvertently men's rightsy take, and it must be said that only 8% of women in only 8% of people in the U.S. and 20% in the U.K. actually consider themselves feminists. Last time I checked a study, um, so it must be said that there are way more potentially based women than there are feminists. Now, mind you, some of those women are traditionalists who very often buy into some kind of softcore version of the um, the feminist argument, or an extremely gynocentric normie who very often buys into some kind of softcore version of the feminist argument. But for every 10 or so feminist normie or traditionalist that winds up being gynocentrist, there are at least 2 or 3 extremely based women, and all hail the based women, for they shall save our species from this bullshit.
Maybe what Soka was saying. The ones that saw the message that they was trainers and they on TikTok and found out that men are together. Yeah, and let's be honest here, people should be going to the movie.
Yeah, and let's not even get into the a lot of the alleged misogyny that happened in the Middle East is misbegotten protective instinct rather than actual hatred. which is the
Okay.
other thing that people very often don't like to admit.
Uh, but they don't because it's seen as that religion is seen as culture and your core is not totally if you don't like how people do stuff. But okay, I feel like we're gonna get off topic if we talk about that.
Yeah, let's actually address the alleged counter argument to the very obvious Ken's rights advocatism that is or activism that is the Barbie movie.
Right. Okay.
Whether she meant whether Greta Gerwig meant it to be that way or not, that's what it is.
All right. So this is originally from Newsweek.com. It's written by Jamie Burton. Published July 29, 2023. Now, man, I'm watching Bunny Wrong.
First of all, let's just talk about the arrogance of that. By the way, the idea that your interpretation or the author's intent is so sacrosanct that we can't even acknowledge the thing in itself, or or we can't even acknowledge a dissonance between what the author intended and what the end result was. Um, the idea that there even is such a paradigm as you're watching X media wrong. Now, again, you can make arguments, and I will make arguments as to why certain interpretations are more rational than others, or certain approaches to art in general are more rational than others. Like, for example, I viscerally hate both the in universe logic doesn't matter. It's only ever the sociopolitical interpretation argument that the social justice warriors make. But I also viscerally hate the everything boils down to Jungian archetypes bullshit that the traditionalists make. Cough, cough, Professor Geek, cough, cough, Forced Age, etc. Um, I approach art from a much more actually traditionalistic perspective, i.e., one that's actually rooted in people's historical views of art, which is the Michelangelo approach. Um, for those that don't know, Michelangelo is attributed to have said, and I phrase it that way because we don't know if he actually said it or not, but he's attributed to have said, the sculpture is already in the marble. My purpose is just to chip away the superfluous bits. I find that approach much more salient than the Jungian archetype approach or the sociopolitical or utilitarianism approach. Um, to put it another way, and I thought of this recently, that among many of the great quotes in the movie Vendetta, there is a quote where he goes to see the doctor who essentially made him via her like super soldier experiments. Um, and there's a really adorable and kind of heart wrenching exchange where where she asks him, um, well, first she says, I hope you know, and I'm paraphrasing, I hope you know that we didn't intend for the horrors that it became. We intended to change the world. And V says something to the effect of, um, I've not come for what you hoped to do. I've come for what you did. And then there's a really sweet follow up to this where as she's dying, the doctor says something to the effect of, "Is it meaningless to apologize?" And V responds, "Never." Um, and that exchange very much encapsulates my approach to art as it relates to authorial intent. Frankly, one, I don't give two shits about your authorial intent because in my epistemology, the role of an artist is supposed to be to serve the art, not authoritate over the art. And two, even taking authorial intent into account sometimes, there should always be a distinction between your intent and the end result, or to use these parlance, what you hoped to do and what you did. But moving on.
Uh, Regular always thought she was making a Barbie movie, but certain men saw an entirely different film, some accusing of sexism and others heralding it as a full patriarchy awakening. Barbie has dominated at box office since its release in July 1st and should become the highest earning movie of 2023. Reviews from audiences and critics have been mostly positive.
Okay, here's the thing. It's not that men saw a completely different movie. It's that they looked at the movie as it was presented and came away with a different understanding of the movie. Two, you must keep in mind that, memes aside, because some people will medically use the word patriarchy when they mean like traditionalism or basedness or even, men's rights stuff. Some people will take the term patriarchy and throw it back in the feminist faces to mock them. But in the cold light of reality, when the humor has died away, feminists are the ones who created the concept of the patriarchy as they would define it. No, or I should say, very few traditionalists and zero men's rights advocates will unironically use the term patriarchy. Um, Again, there are some traditionalists who basically end up buying the feminist framework wholesale, but claiming that patriarchy is a good thing. Those people do exist, but in most people's common parlance, patriarchy is a meme specifically by feminists for feminists. They're not certainly not the men's rights advocates are defending quote unquote patriarchy, because here's the thing: a men's rights advocate is someone who acknowledges that the patriarchy of feminist imagining is a delusion, is ahistorical, is a falsehood, because men didn't have rights historically. Because if you actually look at the historical record, and I'm gonna become a broken record about things which are ahistorical and things which are not ahistorical, but if you actually look at the historical record, the very notion of human rights as opposed to class rights or feudal rights is very, very recent in terms of like the evolutionary timescale. As in, you can basically pinpoint intellectual the intellectual origin of the uh, concept of human rights in the like late 16th through the 17th and 18th centuries. Like that is the origin point of the concept of universal human rights, which means that for most of human history, no one had universal human rights, at least on a societal scale, because no one knew what the fuck that meant, or at the very least, they hadn't put it into words or concepts yet. Um, what they did have was feudal or class-based rights. And wouldn't you go right ahead and know it, in less than a generation since the advent of universal human rights as a concept, we wound up actually giving it to women before we gave it to men universally. Because if you know anything about the historical record of how everyone got the vote, how universal suffrage was accomplished, many of the actual suffragettes, as distinct from the suffragists, wanted rich landowning women to be given the right to vote before lower class or minority men. For example, the famous feminist Susan B. Anthony said something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's a very, very close paraphrase. If black men are given the vote before rich white women are given the vote, then the oppression that black women will know under the yoke of their own men will be worse than that they may have experienced under the slave master's lash. Not even kidding. That is a thing she said. But the funny thing is, when men were given universal suffrage, they were given this thing called the draft. Because for most of human history, the obligations of an actual citizen, and this goes all the way back to the fucking Roman Empire, mind you, the right to vote came with the obligation to the draft. Meaning, if you wanted to have a say in what your country was doing or your empire was doing, you were conscripted into war when shit hit the fan. But you know who didn't get an obligation of the draft when they got the universal application to suffrage? Women. Black men, when they were given suffrage, got the draft. Women of all kinds, when they got the vote, no draft in sight anywhere. None. Meaning women got the right to vote without the obligation to serve their country in any way, whereas men only get the vote in the context of the draft, historically. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Ahsoka. I know you know a lot of this history too. I'm being snappy and rhetorical for the sake of entertaining anyone who might watch this in the future or something. You know what I'm doing. Anyway, moving along.
My hope for the movie is that it's an invitation to everybody to be part of the party and let go of the things that aren't really serving us as either women or men. I hope that in all of that passion, if they see it or engage with it, we can give them some of the relief that we see other people. So recently called the New York Times, responding to some of the reaction that conservative political commentators Ben Shapiro building a Barbie doll on his YouTube show after watching the movie. Okay, I want to say this because I don't have a say it.
Mm-hmm.
I really doubt most people don't give a fuck about Ben Shapiro.
No, he's an idiot. He is one of those traditionalists who, on some level, buys into some kind of softcore version of feminist history. And that's why he's kind of a twat. And that's why quite a lot of traditionalists are twats in relation to the Barbie movie, because they look at Ken and they see a simp. They see someone who's been emasculated. But if you actually look at Ken without the ideological blinders on, you see this thing called male vulnerability. Now, the thing is, neither feminists nor traditionalists give half of a fuck about male vulnerability, because both traditionalists and feminists define men by their utility, by their usefulness. And if you aren't willing to live up to the quote-unquote real man box, then you are treated as unworthy of your gendered signifier. And I would point out for the record, again, like I know I'm a broken record on some of these points, but someone has to say this. There is no equivalent in common parlance of you're not a real man, you're just a boy, or you're a man child. No one says to women, you're not a real woman, you're just a girl. Or I don't even think there is such a thing in common parlance as the notion of a woman child, in the same way as there is a man child. So yeah, no. The reason why both traditionalists and feminists will be absolutely confused by the idea that the Barbie movie that we actually have is somehow pro-men is because both extremely hardcore traditionalists and extremely hardcore feminists see men for what they do, and they do not like acknowledging that men have a deeper emotional life that isn't related to how do I be stoic and how do I shove all my emotions down so I can serve other people. That's why a lot of traditionalists will say things like Ken is a simp in the Barbie movie. No, he's just a man who underneath all the varnish is expressing his vulnerabilities and refusing to fit in either the feminist or traditionalist version of the real man box. I, as a men's rights advocate, have no problem looking at Ken and seeing an actual decent depiction of a male human being, because I do my best to not define real man TM as useful to society or stoic or all that bullshit. I can acknowledge that men have vulnerabilities, and I can appreciate male vulnerabilities without shaming them for it. Moving on.
Okay. Apparently everyone does not see the party the same way. Still, Ted Cruz and broadcaster Piers Morgan have spoken out against what they see as the movie's woke agenda, while other local social media users have praised the movie storylines and using still with my respect. The Barbie movie, the stereotypical Barbie, played by Margot Robbie, travel to the real world with Ken, played by Ryan Gosling, where he discovers that while in Barbie Land, he and the other Kens aren't in control. The real world is run by the patriarchy. He returns to Barbie Land and takes over, turning Barbie's greenhouse into the Mojo Dojo Casa House. So it's sports decor and cars.
And here's where the disconnect is happening. Greta Gerwig and her feminist cohorts think that they pulled what, for rhetoric's sake, usually gets called the gender switcheroo. They think that by having Kens as second-class citizens in Barbie world, they're drawing some kind of attention to women's historical oppression, yada yada. But because the feminist framework is not just wrong, but in many ways exactly back to front, by having men inverted from the feminist understanding of men and closer to the feminist understanding of women, they didn't actually reference women's historical oppression TM. What they did was accidentally create an accurate portrayal of male vulnerabilities. And it pisses them off that that means that most of the audience gravitates not to Barbie, but to Ken, because his vulnerabilities are both the most human, the most relatable, and frankly, the most worthy of comment than is all the feminist dogma or the straw man of history and society that is the patriarchy hypothesis. Simply put. Moving on.
While the Barbie eventually takes power in Barbie Land with the group plans, push the men by using their stereotypical masculine traits against them. The uprising of men against women in the movie has been seen in some quarters as a victory.
You roboted there, Brainstormer. Go back a bit.
Give me 1 sec.
Mm-hmm.
While the Barbies eventually take back power in Barbie Land with a group plan to trick the men by using their stereotypical masculine traits against them, the uprising of men against women in the movie has been seen in some quarters as a victory, or to use terminology, a liberation from the longhouse.
Mm.
The most interesting. Hold on.
Go ahead.
We're missing some context with that. The most interesting thing about the Barbie movie is Kim's bloodless revolt against the Longhouse. Twitter user he wrote at the start of a thread that went viral, having been viewed over 500,000 times. He really goes on to discuss the power between Kim, world, and on. Okay, I'm not going to read that because, well, it's coming up. So I think.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, it's not just the Barbies taking advantage of the Kens, quote unquote traditional masculinity. It's the Barbies using something that neither feminists nor traditionalists very often acknowledge, which is men care about women. They want to they want to protect women, they want to serve women, they want to care for and nurture women. Because sex and sexuality aside, you can put all of that to the side, because sex and sexuality is at best an outcome of what I'm about to describe. Men care what women think and what women want, and as a result, they want women's approval. They want women's sentimental regard. They basically want to be acknowledged for the things they do in general and explicitly for women. And if the feminist definition of history were true, which it very obviously isn't, but if that were true, if there was this kind of oppressor-oppressed hierarchy between the genders, you would not see men having this kind of sentimental regard for women that women could then use to exploit the power they have over men. Because if the patriarchy hypothesis were true, such a thing would not exist. But as we all know, on some level, even apparently Greta Gerwig, as we all know, men do not create society for the sake of oppressing women and for privileging themselves. They create society in order that their efforts will be regarded as positive in general and in particular by women. And it is this mechanism that allows the Barbies to play the Kens against each other and start a literal goddamn war in Barbieland, which, as far as we can tell, is the first of any such conflicts that has happened in this dimension. So in other words, war comes from women playing men's desire to please them against each other. If that isn't one of the most unironically based things I've ever heard, I will eat my freaking hat. Because here's the thing: not only is it based as a political statement and as a piece of satire and shit, it's something we actually can see on something resembling a historical record. Look at Lady Macbeth puppeteering Macbeth in the play of the same name. Look at Helen of Troy, the woman so beautiful that her subjective experience was the cause of the goddamn Trojan War. Look at Princess Peach stringing along Mario, or Zelda stringing along Link. You can find it in almost every story if you look far enough. The thing that causes male conflict more than anything else is women want that conflict, or they plan to use it for something. Or it's a simple matter of, those guys over there have this resource and I want that resource, so go and beat them up and take it from them. That probably is the oldest origin of war in the goddamn book, whether it be a history book, whether it be a mythology book, or whether it be a paleontology book. Go beat the other cavemen up so that we can take their resources is probably the oldest trick in the female book. Period. Moving on.
Kenny G is an exaggerated Western man in the 21st century. Anxious, confused, taking women who don't care about him. He exits the longhouse and discovers his own will to power. Like you, he decides to bring his knowledge back to his fellow men.
I mean, that's not exactly how I would put it, but I get what he's saying. because when men are faced with their vulnerabilities, or when they have no other option than to be faced with their vulnerabilities, that is what men are. They are basically validation seeking machines. And how they choose to get that validation usually relates to, I am useful, I can do extraordinary things, I can be of value. That is something rather unique to men, because women have this thing called sentimental value. Men in general, and please note, in all of my summations and my sarcastic statements, I am speaking in generalities. In general, women are valued for what they are sentimentally as women. Men are valued utilitarianly for what they do as appliances. A man who is not useful is a man who will have the not a real man but a boy, or not a real man but a man child label slapped on him. That's why I hate the phrase real man so goddamn much, because there is no such equivalent there is no such equivalent phrase for women. There is absolutely no way that girl is treated inferior as an inferior state to woman, to the point that very often in most contexts you can see girl and women basically being used interchangeably. But you can't really see boy and man used interchangeably in that same way, because of the real man box, because of, we need boy to be an inferior position so that if you step too far out of the man box of what we want from you, we can strip your adult gender identity away from you and knock you back down to child status. Not for the purposes of caring about you as one would care about a child, but for the purposes of shaming you as one would shame a naughty child. Moving on.
There are several threads on social media discussing this topic. Many of them talking about Kim's escape from home. The word is often used to displace what is what is the Longhouse? Online writer. Sorry. Online writer Lomax, I think, offered a popular explanation on firstthing.com. As decided by many authors, it described how the Longhouse is a purposefully versatile term that is generally used as a metaphor for the feminine view of the modern world has adopted. Historically, a longhouse has been used as a communal hall and meeting place in communities. This most important feature of the longhouse, and why it makes such a resonant and controversial symbol of our circumstances, is the ubiquitous role of the dead mother. More than anything, the longhouse refers to remarkable overcorrection for the last two generations of social norms centering feminine needs and feminine methods for controlling, directing, and modeling.
I must say, I must say, I've been a men's rights advocate for quite a few years now. I've never heard longhouse be used in this way before. So maybe it's a new sort of Gen Z Zoomer meme that I'm too old and too out of touch to get, but I've never seen longhouse be used in a like men's rights or men's issues or anti-feminism context. I don't necessarily object to the term being used. I like the little historical reference and things, but like, one, I very much doubt that summarization is an accurate use of how people actually use it, because let's face it, whenever you get one of these, what is this unusual term that the youths are saying, or that the unorthodox thinkers are saying on the internet, it's never accurate, and it's always used in a moralistically hysterical context. like based, like red pill, like Chad, like Stacy, like basically pick any term that you'll see in an informal context online, and then look up what the establishment summarization of the term is. I would put money on every single time you do that, you will see vectors of moralism and hysteria are added to it where no one intended them. Um, it's like when they saw Kekistan and they assumed it must be a Nazi thing or must be a dog whistle thing, instead of an irreverent way to mock the very same approach as the Nazis. But yeah, so my guess is that summarization is bullshit, and I'm sure there's something a lot less hysterical or strawman that it links to. But speaking as an MRA and an anti-feminist and an egalitarian, anti-SJW type person, I've never seen Longhouse used in that way. Doesn't mean it's not used. It might just be the old millennial is too out of touch to know what the Zoomers are doing thing. But this is new to me, and I'm not willing to take the MSM's summarization of it because they're always moralistic and hysterical when they shouldn't be. So meh. Moving on.
In a tweet posted the day after the Barbie movie came out, Gomez wrote, "Exit from the Longhouse," with the picture of Ryan Gosling wearing shades, walking away from a burning longhouse. Newsweek has reached Gomez via email and to get further comments. What's going on? It's for ABT style comments.
Yeah, Dragon Turtle's not here because IRL stuff happened. He messaged me before the show to let me know that's what happened. Which in fairness, I love Dragon Turtle, but at the very least, this might make it easier for us to make time because Dragon Turtle makes very substantive comments that we then have to stop and address, and it usually results in, admittedly, some of our funnier tangents, but it does triple our ability to make time occasionally.
Yeah, hello, Corona. So when internet users like Siege discuss being liberated from Longhouse, the men have left the confines of a place where the then mother is in charge and gone back to a world where men rule.
No. No one is saying that your straw man of history known as the patriarchy is an actual thing. It's just, given the choices presented in the movie, given the false dichotomy presented in the movie, where men are frankly realistically depicted as second-class citizens, it must be said, versus the straw man patriarchy hypothesis that you gave, people would rather choose the patriarchy. That doesn't mean that anyone actually believes in the goddamn patriarchy hypothesis, or that they think the alleged patriarchy would be better than the current state of affairs. It's just, you only presented two options: the Andrew Tate Logan Paul style model, the Roosh V style model of masculinity, or the legit male vulnerabilities obliviously depicted by someone who thinks they're depicting what history was like for women, lol. And given those choices, and I mentioned this last time we talked about this particular section of the plot, but the funny thing is, even the straw man that the movie makes of masculinity does at least have something intelligent to say about the nature of masculinity, whether the writers think they're saying it or not, which is, if you give men no option for positive masculine role models except for the toxic Gaston, Logan Paul, Roosh V, Andrew Tate style, then you can't be surprised when they find their way to that. Like, for example, I would prefer if every man who was disenfranchised found their way to Paul Elam, Tom Golden, Janice Fiamango, the Honey Badgers, Karen Strawn, Kathy J, etc. I would rather every disgruntled man be either an anti-feminist or a men's rights advocate. But it must be said that men's rights advocates have a much smaller and much quieter reach on the interwebs than do people like Ruth V, Andrew Tate, Logan Paul, etc. And being as that is the case, if the first person you see giving you some leeway to be a man and to not be ashamed of your masculinity is the toxic Andrew Tate style person. If you are a teenager, if you are disgruntled, if you are confused, and the only person talking anything resembling sense to you is Andrew Tate, then you're going to filter out or you're going to ignore or be okay with some of the more toxic aspects of Andrew Tate's um, attempted lifestyle because he's the only voice you can hear saying anything sensible. Now, would it be better off if it was like 2017 again, and those sorts of men were instead channeled towards Jordan Peterson, or the Honey Badgers, or Paul Elam, or those sorts of people? Yes, it would. Even though I disagree with Jordan Peterson on a fuck ton of things. But if the first and loudest voice they hear defending men is a PUA or a glorified PUA like Andrew Tate, then you're going to wind up with a lot of PUAs. Especially because in order to become an MRA, you have to accept something rather counterintuitive about men and the history of gender relations, which is men have had vulnerabilities that have gone unexamined because of men's love for women. And a lot of men are too gynocentric to consider the notion that men have had it more difficult than women in some ways. So they would rather believe that the only problem is you're not being unabashedly masculine enough. Enter Andrew Tate or Rush V, giving you the Gaston approach of masculinity. So yeah, the main problem with the Barbie movie, if there is to be said to be one, is because it's a feminist movie and they needed to strawman men and masculinity. Their over the top, over exaggerated version of masculinity is closer to an Andrew Tate than it is to a Jordan Peterson or a Paul Elam. But if Ken actually went to real reality and not feminist strawman reality, the patriarchy of feminist imagining, then Ken probably would have found somebody like Paul Elam or Tom Golden or Janice Fiamango or Warren Farrell or, the list goes on, or even a Jordan Peterson rather than an Andrew Tate. Because as we see in the movie, Ken is kind of an innocent little cinnamon roll of a person. He's got a very innocent, childish way of viewing things. For example, the patriarchy, quote unquote, doesn't click in his head until he sees a policeman riding a horse. Because as it turns out, Ken has a really adorable obsession with horses, which I will say is more a traditional female interest. I will say because I have a little sister who I spent at least some time with when I was a kid, and she was absolutely freaking obsessed with horses and wanted to be a veterinarian when she grew up. But even so, some men are going to have atypical interests, and that is also fine, and it doesn't make them any less masculine. So that actually kind of works. Oh, Brainstormer dipped out. I think his computer crashed. Unless it's the connection to my phone, which is entirely possible. Because my phone has been being a little bitch lately too. And I suppose now we wait for Brainstormer to come back. The last thing I see in the chat is Chrononaut saying insert a dragon turtle style comment here. So if anyone has said anything since then, it's the only reason I don't see it is because the stream appears to have crashed a little bit. So sorry about that if that's the case. Yeah, I'm thinking it probably was Brainstormer's connection rather than mine this time. Probably. Do 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 do. Now we wait for him to make the comeback.
Oh, hello.
He's back. Huzzah.
Sorry, internet glitched out right in the middle, and yeah, should be fine for now, I think. But yeah, I glitched out. My it
Yeah,
said
I was
right.
I was trying to figure out if it was you or my phone because my phone's been being weird lately. Because like yesterday when Dragon Turtle, Chrono, Grim, and I were playing D&D, the mic was really weird, and when I was trying to record the video that I wanted to release the other day, the mic apparently just didn't pick up on anything. So I wondered if it was my fault.
But yeah, no, it was on my end. That's not bad.
Huzzah. Well, back to the grind, folks.
Yeah. Did I miss anything important in either discussion or?
No, as soon as you glitched out, I noticed, and we basically were waiting for you to come back.
Okay. I don't have much to say for any of this.
Well, you also still haven't seen the movie, have you? Not that you should, if you're not going to, but
I'm sorry. I don't intend to. I'll be honest. It's just like I saw the trailers and it didn't look good to me. Just
it
from an action.
and the trailer was the most like generic, inoffensive part to the movie.
Yeah, I just like judged it based on the merit of the trailers and the movie. I don't think it's a movie from what I've seen of it.
I mean, if you look at it the way I look at it as an accidental men's rights movie, it almost becomes Joker-esque. But if you look at it in the way that the writer and director want you to look at it as a feminist movie, it's trash. It's either the feminist equivalent of Joker that accidentally becomes men's rightsy, or it's even worse than Birds of Prey. Those are basically the only two options. Either you take it as read as a feminist movie and then it's worse than Birds of Prey, or you take it in the exact opposite way as it's read as a men's rights movie and it becomes almost Joker-esque. But you have to see Ken as the well-meaning but bumbling protagonist and Barbie as the accidental, unself-aware villainess to do that.
Right. Anyway, moving on. Or...
Yep, moving forward.
Okay. Let the ruling longhouse crumble at a anarchic revolution. At Carolina's wrote, using Ryan Gosling's habit to use Ken as a pawn against the movie. Ends of the World Unite.
I mean, again, I wouldn't necessarily agree with everything this guy is saying, and I question the
Someone else.
summarization of the way of the way Longhouse is being used, but I kind of agree. Like, again, this movie tries to be feminist so hard it ends up being a men's rights movie, and therefore hashtag Ken's rights advocates.
To be fair, I'm not an and I'm definitely not watch it. I'm just down in the middle that I just want to watch a good movie, and I don't think it's a good movie. So.
I mean, the acting is good, the cinematography is great, the like aesthetic is very good. It's just
Again, based on what I've seen, based on watching the trailers, it just, I don't know, it just never.
it wouldn't appeal to you, I don't think. Yeah, it's not a movie brainstormer could watch with, like, if you ever wind up catching it on streaming or something and you want to give it a watch, go for it. But other than that, yeah, don't bother seeking it out.
What's weird is I've watched like the Josie and the Pussycats movie, like from what was that, the 90s?
Oh God.
From what I remember of it, I enjoyed it.
It's cheesy. It's one of those 90s adaptations of something where they didn't bother to really be loyal to the IP, which bothers me. But hey, it's at the very least, the Josie and the Pussycats movie is better than the Gem and the Holograms movie from a couple of years ago. That
I
just
remember.
there was absolutely no reason why it should have been called Gem. I'm not even that big of a fan of Gem, but I know enough about the IP to know that if I was a fan of Gem, I would be absolutely livid with the damn thing.
It's surprising because I'm a fan of Jim. Granted, I got into it very late because I know watching reruns on it of it, like on the Hub Network. Remember that?
I remember the Hub. I remember the Hub. That was also where the R.L. Stein's Haunting Hour show came on.
Yeah. Also, Transformers Prime too.
Also reruns of Animaniacs, which
I only got the anime.
you can't go wrong with Animaniacs, honestly. At least original Animaniacs. The modern one is a bit sketchy, but even that's not bad. They have their moments of
So,
recapturing the magic.
so full disclosure, I've never seen anime except for like that Christmas special City Star Wish movie.
Oh, Wacko's Wish, the
Yeah.
the like medieval set finale movie.
Yeah.
I remember watching that at least like 5 times as a kid. I really want to watch. I
Yeah.
really want to watch it again because again, you can't go wrong with classic Animaniacs. Modern Animaniacs, they have moments of recapturing the magic, but there are also moments where you can tell the Overton window has shifted. Like whenever they make a Trump joke or whenever they make a feminism reference, like mansplaining or patriarchy or some shit. It's extremely grating, but every great now and again, like the Magna Carta song is really good.
Uh, you know?
Hmm.
Uh, uh, verified Twitter user Alex Noonan just the movie was a look at things that come in the modern world, do come in the modern world. Bun movie showed us the only job for men was the long hospital face, sexist, and those in karate. What?
Say that again, because I'm not even sure I heard it
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I'll start from again. Verified Twitter user Alex Noonan suggested that the Barbie movie was a look at things to come in the modern world. Barbie movie showed us the only jobs for men was the long sexless, himbos, and karate king.
Oh, okay. Um, Again, the thing is, the movie was trying to play the gender switcheroo card with men, but because feminism is inherently so backwards, um, they ended up accidentally ended up accidentally showing how men kind of actually are, how how slavishly devoted they actually are to pleasing and or being being validated by women, and how far they will go for that. To the point that when Ken takes over Barbie Land, um, and turns it into the Kendom, one of the first things he says to Barbie is, "I don't understand why you're upset. I thought this would make you happy." And one of the next things he says is, "How does it feel when she explains that she feels bad because of this?" Because for the briefest of brief moments, Ken is trying to convey to Barbie that this is how he's felt the whole time. Um, it completely sails over her head, and the movie doesn't frame it as though she's supposed to learn anything from this interaction, but in fact that's supposed to be Ken's explicit like villain turn mask off moment. But in the actual context of the movie, it really does feel like he's just trying to explain to her, this is how being a second class citizen has made me feel this entire time. And of course, Barbie, for the briefest of moments, feels bad for Ken until America Ferrera's character talks her out of it. Because apparently actually feeling bad for Ken, i.e. for men, is an artifact of being gaslit or something. Like, you're not supposed to feel bad for the men that you've hurt. You're supposed to default back to sisterhood mode and take the world back from them, Gur. Is apparently it was the lesson they were going for. In actuality, it just makes Barbie look like the villain more than she already did. And it makes it almost kind of tragic that she was this close to developing an actual bit of empathy for Ken, and she was talked out of it before it could uh, bear any sort of fruit. Moving on, though.
Other Twitter users have pushed back against the interpretation of the film, with Oscar, the expert Oscar, or yeah, the Oscar expert, pinning another viral thread off. Okay,
Yeah, just the idea of taking the Oscars seriously at all in this day and age.
let me read that just so not miss anything. Other
Mhm.
Twitter users have pushed back against this interpretation of the film, with the Oscar expert pinning another viral thread, offering a different opinion that has been viewed more than 5 million times. Okay? The man-hating allegations towards Barbie are false. Gerwig clearly makes the point that the human Barbie world, under the matriarchy, unable to find forged identities for themselves, must rely on women to their self-worth, and that this is bad.
I mean, that's certainly an interpretation. It's a different interpretation than the one I had, but I think we're I think we're seeing the same thing. We're just connecting the dots a bit differently. Moving on, though.
Uh, yeah, the expert Oscar or Oscar expert wrote before observing that Barbies are also damaged by the status quo in Barbie. The film views gender as a tool to understand who you are. The male role models and how a male figure makes Ken want better for himself. But the film recognizes that more extreme forcing of them can be harmful because they're unrealistic to live up to. The Barbies have their own unrealistic standards of beauty and ostracized people in the community, like Weird Barbie. Uh, just like with the Kens, what empowers Barbies, seeing themselves as powerful and perfect, causes problems in the real world, the film clearly argues that any gender holding a disproportionate amount of power is an issue. There's no double standard about masculinity or femininity.
Okay.
To conclude the thread, hold on, I just want to read the conclusion here.
Mm-hmm.
To conclude the thread, Oscar wrote, people who say the film is man-hating or deliberately misinterpreting the movie so they can try work, they just don't know how to properly interpret. And to be fair, I feel like you can interpret the film tons of different ways depending on the individual, but you know.
Well, that's why it's not an entirely retarded thing to call it the feminist version of Joker, because for its target audience, it works on multiple levels. You can see it as the straightforward feminist diatribe that the creator wanted it to be, or you can see it as an accidental men's rights movie, or you can see it as some kind of call to return to tradition, or you can see it as some kind of everyone should become a pickup artist message or something. Or you can see it as a notion that, you know, if you take any sort of non-traditionalist or non-feminist perspective away from men, if you don't let them express their vulnerabilities or form their masculinity outside of utility, they might end up getting drawn into toxic types of masculinity. And no, I don't believe in toxic masculinity. There's just no better way to phrase it. Like a Andrew Tate or a Bruce V model, in absence of a more men's rightsy sort of model. So yeah, like Joker, it does work on multiple levels depending on where you exactly want to come in with it. That being said, I think the person whose tweet we just got done looking through did not get it, because he thinks that the movie is saying that both men and women should get out of their respective stereotype box. But this is the problem with going at it from a straight up egalitarian perspective of neither patriarchy nor matriarchy is a good thing. That would be a likely interpretation if it weren't for the fact that when a Ken, after the events of the movie, asks, or after the main events of the movie, asks if a Ken can serve on the Supreme Court, the Barbies in charge of such things says, no, Kens have to work their way up through the Supreme Court, just like women did in the real world, and we will continue treating men like, or Kens like second-class citizens in Barbie world for as long as the real world treats women like second-class citizens. So, in other words, they had the potential to go the egalitarian route, and they deliberately shot it down. They literally basically said, we will keep balance in Barbie world by treating Kens as much like second-class citizens as we think women are in the real world. So no, it reaffirms the feminist slash matriarchal approach at the end, rather than going a patriarchy and matriarchy are both bad. They go matriarchy is difficult for women, but it's at least better than patriarchy, basically, by the end. Which, again, completely ignores the humanity or the emotional vulnerability of men, in this case, represented by the Kens. So no, they didn't go a even-handed patriarchy and matriarchy are both bad, MK. They went feminists are justified in their vitriol until the patriarchy as we see it is no more. Which, of course, is even more obnoxious when you consider that the patriarchy as they see it never existed to begin with, and even if it ever potentially did, it has long since been a non-thing. and yet they still see it as a thing, which means that regardless of however we treat women in real life, they will never stop mistreating Ken in Barbie world, because no matter how well you treat women, it will still be viewed as some kind of misogyny / patriarchy. Moving on.
In response to Craig, Twitter user at Jamie DLC, it's so explicitly a film that hates systems and hierarchies like one particular gender, etc. I really don't get how people can miss it, and that's why I actually someone else. Um, that's everyone.
Mm-hmm. The reason why the patriarchy and matriarchy are both bad MK interpretation doesn't work, as I just outlined, is because they have the option to go egalitarianism instead of matriarchy or patriarchy, and they actively refuse, because the Kens sit on the Supreme Court of Barbie world, and the Barbie literally responds, "We will treat Kens like second-class citizens until women are no longer treated like second-class citizens in the real world," which, of course, they are not. So this should be null, but it isn't, because the movie had to stick its flag in the feminist narrative one last time. So it can't be a one gender over the other is bad message, because Kens are still treated like second-class citizens at the end, and it's treated like a good and just thing that they are. And moreover, the Kens are treated as though they're just okay with it. Like, they don't go back to revolting, they don't go back to rebelling, they just are like, okay, that makes sense, and then they continue on. The only one that doesn't is mainline Ken, played by Ryan Gosling, and rather than go full MRA or full anti-feminist by the end of the movie, he goes MGTOW. He goes, I don't need to define myself by Barbie, which basically means that he's irrelevant to everything now. He goes from a second-class citizen to trying to turn the tables to still not a first-class citizen, but just indifferent to the overall system entirely. That's not an egalitarian approach. That's not even a pro-MGTOW approach. That's just, how dare you try to to ascend beyond your place. You either have the option of being in the box or completely irrelevant. That's not egalitarian. Moving on.
That's not, in a reply, Alyssa Lewis White said, a lot of people wanted a message of perfect equality, which I get. I don't think that was ever the point. It's about finding self-identity in a perfect world. Making it about the creation of a perfect world would be way too aspirational for the nostalgic, melancholy tone.
But if men, i.e. Kens, ever try to aspire to something higher than what they currently have, they will be treated like they are immoral, whereas Barbies will mostly be treated like they are childish, naive, and ignorant. Do you see how that's not even remotely equal in terms of sentiment? For example, no one ever morally shames the Barbies for creating a matriarchal Barbie world in the first place. But they do shame Ken for wanting even just basic reciprocity, because that's the other thing. His Kendom, his patriarchy, isn't actually oppressive to the Barbies. All his Kendom requires is that Kens be appreciated for the shit that they were going to do for their Barbies anyway, and they get some enjoyment out of life too. Those are the two vectors of the Kendom. We will still do the same shit we were going to do for you anyway, but we expect to be appreciated and regarded for the shit we do for you. And on occasion, we will have our own spaces, or we will have time to ourselves, just like Barbie has always had. Those are the only things that Ken really substantively changes about Barbie World, and he is treated as fundamentally immoral for doing so. So this trying to make the best of a bad situation argument you're making now doesn't hold water either, because when one side tries to make a better world for themselves, they are considered immoral. Whereas Barbies are not treated like they're immoral for literally starting a goddamn war using their essentially feminine wiles to manipulate the Kens. Do you see how, even in terms of your, well, we have to make do with what we have argument, that's not an equal sentiment? When one side is considered fundamentally immoral for trying to improve anything on their own terms, and the other side is just at worst treated like they're occasionally ditzy, that's not egalitarian even in context of sentiment. Moving on.
Toxic feminism has risen to the top. In the corner of Megan, Morgan, and Shapiro, who believe Barbie is sexist, there are also women. Survey podcaster Candace Owens said she refused to see the movie for its anti-man agenda. While we are pretending that women are suffering under the patriarchy of the patriarchy, what's actually happening is that toxic feminism has risen up and is actually affecting the movements that make said on the Candace Owens podcast. She continued that within the movement, either idiots, bigots, or sad, those for equal masculinity and put back in the box and say women. I'm just not interested.
First of all, it's not just conservative women who have a problem with Barbie. You can be a feminist and or you can be a non-feminist woman and be on the left, or be completely unaffiliated with conservatism entirely. Because again, as I pointed out several times throughout this article, I'm not the biggest fan of traditionalism any more than I am of feminism, because they both treat men like inhumane appliances who don't have any personhood or emotional vulnerabilities. See, that's the fundamental problem of both feminism and traditionalism. They might disagree on which way the arrow is pointing, but they both seem to agree that women have no agency, and men have no humanity or vulnerability or sentimentality. And both of these sentiments are wrong. Women do have agency in the world and should be held accountable for that agency, and men do have vulnerabilities that don't allow them to basically be flesh robots. But neither traditionalists nor feminists really, at least the fundamentalists of both kinds, don't like seeing men as anything other than useful in whichever box they would rather stick them in. Because whether it's the traditionalist version of the real man box, or whether it's the feminist version of the real man box, both of them play the if you don't play the right role, you're not a adult male human anymore nonsense. Moving on.
Meanwhile, Whoopi Goldberg responded to Cruz's just criticism of the film on a recent episode of The View, saying it's a dull movie. That's what's keeping you out in phase. Goldberg, The View co-host Alyssa Clark, Griffin I aspire to have the time and energy to get worked up over a dull movie, calling some fun, and noting that I'm taking a good being divisive along political lines. A girlfriend of mine, Republican and Democrat, this weekend to see it.
Okay, that's just Whoopi Goldberg being that's not even politics related. That's just her being a daft normie. Whoopi, meaningful things can be said about comics, toys, books, etc. And if a art house director goes out of their way to explicitly try and put adult political themes, quote unquote, into an IP that happens to be related to a toy, a doll, or a comic, um, it's not acceptable to just ignore both sides of the bloody argument on the grounds that, oh, how dare you insinuate that I should take anything that relates to toys or children seriously? Tut tut tut. No, that's just you being an elitist bitch, I'm afraid, Ms. Goldberg. And that's something I think the feminists, the traditionalists, and the MRAs could all agree on, actually.
Moving on.
Yep. Moving on.
Barbie currently holds an audience rating of 7.5 out of 10 on IMDb, which is significantly better than average. Of the 124,000 people who have rated it on the website, a seemingly disproportionate amount, around 15,000, appear to have given it a rating of 1. There being an attempt to review the film.
Okay, again,
Movies and TV.
when you like something and it gets disproportionately positive reviews, you don't consider the disproportionality. When you dislike something and it gets positive reviews, you consider the disproportionality. And when you like something and people disagree with you on it, you consider the disproportionality. You aren't the arbiters of what other people goddamn think, you idiot. Moving forward.
Movies and TV shows are also subjected to review bombing from audiences. Female led Marvel projects like Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel, and She-Hulk are subject to one-star reviews across IMDb and Rotten. They're molecular review subjects. Okay, so I have a few things to that.
Mm-hmm.
One, I don't doubt there is a thing with review bombing, although in this case, in this concept, it's not because of female led projects, because they feminist, and by that definition.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not even that. Not even that. I'm sure that I said, but they're horribly made.
Yeah.
Okay, they're made on a cheap. There's no style. I mean, Miss Marvel. I haven't seen it, but I've heard good things. And you have seen it, and you say it wasn't bad per se.
No, it was mostly just generic. They tried some interesting things with some style points, and they did at least give it a unique spin with the whole focusing on like Islam thing, or like the history of Islam. But it was mostly just painfully generic, and the character wasn't all that likable. But yeah, no. Once again, the term review bombing is just another way of saying people disagree with me and I don't think they're valid. It just means for some reason there's a sizable percentage of the plebs who have the audacity to form an alternate opinion, and I can't cope with that. Therefore, I arbitrate them as illegitimate somehow. That's all the word review bombing means. It's like the term dog whistling or gaslighting or stochastic terrorism. It's just a way of saying, I can't cope with the literal interpretation of this, so I'm going to append all sorts of moral fervor to the end of it so that I can call it illegitimate. Because I want to believe that my perspective is the only perspective, goddammit. That's all that means.
Yeah. yeah, most of them, like, again, this is like what was meant Captain Marvel and She-Hulk. Uh, they're not well made at all.
Yeah. And messaging aside, a Barbie, you can't say it's not well made. You can't say it's not aesthetically interesting. You can't say the actors aren't trying. You can't say that the movie isn't framing the characters as positive and happy people. You can't say that they're not beautiful. And that is the thing. Not only are many of these feminist projects deliberately ugly because beauty standards and meritocracy are bad, MK, but also they're ugly in terms of their personalities as well as their aesthetics. For example, Brie Larson is an aesthetically pleasing individual, but her character and her personality make her ugly no matter how beautifully they present her. Whereas Barbie, even though Barbie is a tragic villain, is an accidental villain, at least if you look at the movie as we're presented it and not take into account the authorial intent, she is still nominally a nice person. Even the moments I alluded to where she does momentarily have a bit of empathy for Ken means that she is a nicer person than Carol Danvers could ever be, or that the cinematic version of Jen Walters could ever be. And I will stress that because the the character of Jen Walters, as we are presented in the MCU, bears no resemblance to her comic book counterpart. None whatsoever. And Jen in the comics is a much more likable person. But moving on to the next thing. Unless Brainstormer's computer crashed again.
No, no,
Or
I wasn't. I was trying to think if I had anything more to say, but no.
Mhm. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because now between your phone between my phone and your computer, I'm getting paranoid about our connection.
Yeah. So again, I want to really stress this. This is Dolan's thing. I do not care at all. But a little bit of backstory on this. This was not the article. This is actually something he sent to me about last minute yesterday.
Hmm.
Switched it out with another article that we're going to be covering next week
Yeah, because
because he will
I
not talk about Barbie.
again the bastarding thing is making $1 billion freaking dollars and counting, and the it is the only like successful pop culture thing at the moment that's worth remarking upon. Not to mention it sits right smack in the middle of the like anti-feminist, anti-social justice wheelhouse. So
All right, fair enough. I just don't care enough. Again, Barbie's not my thing. So,
mhm.
both the movie and the property itself.
I actually have some kind of nostalgia for the property because I watched at least 3 of the direct-to-video Barbie movies when I was a kid. The one I liked the most was the Barbie Swan Lake one. Um, and yes, chamber all the gay jokes you like. It's probably warranted. Um, so I actually do have at least some nostalgia for the property. Mostly I'm addressing it for like anti-feminism slash like men's rights reasons. And again, the fact that a movie that probably should have performed on par with like Birds of Prey in terms of messaging is making $1 billion bastarding dollars. So yeah. Plus, this was too stupid to pass up. I got through like the first sentence and I was like, well, we're doing this.
All right,
We're in this room now.
all right. Barbie's Ken is my view. I do want to mention that this actually is a personal. It is stated that it is a personal post.
Hmm.
So yeah, HuffPost personal. Barbie Skin is my user. It's written by Colette Foley, published August 9th, 2023. with uh, with the subheader, "It's scary that there's been so much thin love from audiences because he's just so affable until he's not."
Again, I would make the point again about how he's actually a really, really well done surrogate for actual male vulnerabilities, and how that was probably accidental, but I would be a broken record. But it's funny to me that she can't see why Ken would at all be likable or engaging or the standout character in the movie. Moving
I'm
on.
not the biggest fan of Ryan Gosling, but he does have a charisma.
See, I've never liked him in anything before. I think this was a star-making role for him. To be fair, I think it was a star-making role for Margot Robbie too. I think this is a career best for both of them, and that probably has something to do with how well the movie is doing. Um, like I said, in terms of sheer like technical prowess, this movie is done really well, and no one in the cast is slouching. Everyone is giving their best performance. So it is worth noting that whatever you may think of Margot Robbie in any previous roles, she is dynamite here, and whatever you may think of Ryan Gosling in any previous roles, he is delivering a star-making performance here. It's sort of funny to me that they did so by being Barbie and Ken, but you know, uh, Joaquin Phoenix's billion-dollar role was, Arthur Fleck the Joker. So who are we to complain? I suppose. Moving forward.
I expected to enjoy Greta Gerwig's Barbie to come out of the experience with a rekindled love for Pink and with 90s songs taking up headspace. What I did not expect was to see a version of my own toxic relationship in Ryan Gosling's and Margot Robbie's Barbie.
Um, I
Relationship
don't.
is, hold on, I don't want to read the next part because I feel like it gives better context too.
Mhm.
Um, relationship is in quotes because what I experienced is not in fact a relationship, but a campaign of sexual predation. A male supervisor at work, someone who initially perplexed, even annoyed me, but he managed through love bombing and confidences designed to push sympathy, convince me that he was misunderstood and was a friend. In short, he made me feel like Robbie's Barbie while he played the part of Gosling's media king. Okay,
So
uh,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, one, I'm not going to undermine something that happened like that because that does sound fucked up. Okay,
Mhm.
but the second, number two, I feel like
Mhm.
you're, what's the word? I want to say projecting, but I don't know if that's correct in this regard. Um, somewhat
Uh,
projecting false.
I, I mean that's certainly one way of looking at it. The way I was going to look at it is if this is in your head analogous to your previous relationship, then I hate to pull this card, but much like with the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation, if you look at Ken and see your past quote unquote abuser, there's a possibility that you might have been the abuser. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm not even saying it couldn't have been a mutually combative sort of situation, because most abuse is mutually combative in one way or another.
Uh,
But if you're looking at Ken's organic organic portrayal of male vulnerability and remembering your ex, then it's highly probable that the things you claim were were gaslighting and a desire to play the victim were just him trying to get his vulnerabilities acknowledged, and you couldn't conceive of men having vulnerabilities, and so you internalized it as him abusing you by gaslighting or some shit. Like I said, I'm not saying that this is definitively the case. I'm just saying, based on the data sets here of she looks at Barbie the movie and sees herself as Margot Robbie and her abuser as Ken, it's possible that he actually came to her with sincere vulnerabilities, and she couldn't cope with the idea of him having sincere vulnerabilities, so she um, intuited that he was abusing her instead of addressing his vulnerabilities, which is really fucking dark, actually. Moving on.
I'm
Those-
sorry. I was taking a drink of water.
no problem. I just, like I said, paranoia about connection and
Yeah.
so on.
All right. Yeah, it's one of the few times I'm actually worried about you getting us canceled.
Yeah, I'm not definitively saying that this is what happened, but based on that description and the most likely interpretation from the evidence, if she can look at Ken's legitimate vulnerability and see it as some kind of callback to what she thinks was gaslighting, I could definitely see a scenario where this hypothetical ex of hers had legitimate vulnerabilities, came to her with them, and she was just flabbergasted by the idea of male vulnerabilities. So the only way she could understand them was, how dare you try to convince me you're vulnerable, you abuser?
I get it, but at the very least, with this article, I'm going to take it somewhat at face value. That's
Well, and
I think it's still
it's
wrong.
good for.
Okay, I think it's still a wrong conclusion she came to.
Mhm.
I'm not denying that. Obviously, I'm just for the sake of being somewhat trusting.
It's good. It's good that at least one of us takes the devil's advocate position.
Right. I mean, I'm not even doing that. I'm accepting that she went through something similar to that, but I think she is wrong in comparing it to the, the dynamic of Barbie and Ken in the movie.
Mhm.
Again, granted, I have not seen the movie, nor do I intend to, but based on what Dawn explained to me, what I've somewhat seen, I don't think her conclusion is correct.
It's certainly not in. It's not even in the like feminist text of the movie. It's not even what Greta Gerwig was going for. She's done interviews. She claims she was trying to draw a parallel between the the social status of the Kens and the social status of historical women under the historical patriarchy. Which again, in my experience and in my point of view, because her version of history is wrong, she winds up actually creating a more three-dimensional version of male vulnerability than I think she intended.
Okay.
But even Greta Gerwig would disagree with this writer, it seems.
All right. Moving on.
Yep, moving on.
Our working relationship was, which at its best felt like a light, fun, creative collaboration, evolved quickly as he chipped away at every boundary. I remember the first time he brought his sex life in the office, how shocking it was. I pressed into the couch on which I was sitting, so small or can constantly cross-break it nonchalant. Okay, I'm not. Everyone talks about their sex life. Okay, it's a normal fucking thing. I don't think it should be discussed in places where you're working simply because you fucking should work. But
Yeah, but as you say, one, everyone talks about their sex life. To like, okay, to reach out to this writer for a second. Have you never, in the course of any of your female friendships, been talking with your girlfriends, your female friends who you power around with, Sex and the City style? Have you never mentioned like, oh yeah, he has this weird quirk in the bed, and it either really turns me on or really turns me off? Like, I, given how often in like female sitcoms those sorts of conversations happen, and given how often I've run into real world women who have those sorts of conversations with each other, um, I refuse to believe that you've never mentioned to one of your female friends, assuming you have some quirk or uh, turn on or turn off that your significant other had. And that's perfect, and frankly that's perfectly fine. And I could even see in a similar situation if it was gender flipped, if he did something really stupid and you were talking to some of your female friends who you happen to work with, um you making a joke about it or something, which seems to be what happened here. So like I don't dispute that it happened. I dispute how you are choosing to interpret it.
no. And I I want to bring up an example. I mean, like not a specific one, mind you, but when because I've worked before.
Mhm.
I had a job a few years back.
Mhm.
And yeah, worked in like a kitchen and talked and we not very specific sex lives, but topic of like sex and stuff has come up. I didn't talk much, mainly because I don't talk really at all. And again, it's a job. I feel like more often I should just be working more so than it's not social. It's not a sociable place.
Mm.
You know, so
Now keep in mind, folks, that Brainstormer literally asked me to co-host all those years ago, specifically because he wasn't much of a talker and he wanted someone to fill the dead air.
well, to be fair, when I talk about topics I'm interested in talking about, I don't shut up.
And I'm the same way. Like outside of the context where I am talking about something that I care about, I don't really talk much either. It's very much an introvert thing. We have a lot of stored up thoughts that when we get with someone or when we start talking about something that we really care about, then all those residual thoughts just come spewing out.
Yeah, but again, I feel like we are missing context for the conversation, if nothing else.
I feel like if we got the guy's side of the story, that would probably help this significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, both of them or neither of them could be lying or mistaken or could be, viewing their ex through "you broke my heart" colored glasses. But
Right. It's so complicated in this, and I don't really have anything to truly say about this, simply because, again, I feel like we're missing so much context and background information that it just is coming off as more or less what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word.
a non sequitur.
I'm not smart enough to know what that is.
It basically means like a tangent that doesn't relate to anything.
So what we do a lot of then.
I mean, I think our non sequiturs are at least laterally related, if not always literally related. So I
Fair enough.
would argue no, but to someone who wanted to view us uncharitably, I'm sure they would. It basically a non sequitur is what the nostalgia chick used to call a big lipped alligator moment. If you've ever heard of that.
Moving on.
Mhm.
Because I don't really think of anything else to say. So.
Right.
Um,
Again, it's just weird that this is somehow related to her interpretation of the Barbie movie, of all things.
well, specifically Ken.
Yeah, it's like, again, if we take this 1-to-1, then it says some rather uncomfortable things about her involvement in this relationship. But we'll see her argument, I guess.
Okay. I've never told anyone this before. Said, can't believe I'm telling you this, and I expect for us to get this close. Imagine my dad falling through the cushion behind me, so visceral with my plea reacting with inexplicably in his face. Bobby helped me understand why. Okay, I look. If shit happened, I'm not gonna try. I'm not trying to. What's the word? Be no. What's the word for like call bullshit on someone?
Dispute.
Dispute. Thank you. I'm not gonna look. If something happens, I'm not trying to dispute that. Okay, but with the context that we were given from one party in this feels like he's just trying to talk to you about something personal to him.
Hmm.
Again, it could be how she's interpreting it. I'm not saying it isn't, but it's such a confusing fact that we don't have enough context to really judge it or not.
At,
So I'm,
at
I'm so confused on how to like talk about this.
Yeah, at best, this makes her look like an unreliable narrator. At worst, this kind of implies a Amber Heard situation where she might have been more abusive than she's letting on, or that she's aware of.
I don't. It's it's so vague in a way, like that I can't really put a pin on if it's truthful or not.
Yeah, like I'm trying to look at it in different ways because despite being, the MRA, the token MRA, I don't enjoy insinuating that any given woman could be or is an abuser or anything. But going off of her own statements, or at least the logic that underpins her own statements, it really does feel like either she is filling in way more blanks than the movie is letting her, or that this poor guy actually did try to be open with her and she couldn't handle the fact that he had vulnerabilities.
I think there is, although I will admit, the guy may have crossed a certain boundary. Because I'll be honest, if I do I have had female friends in the past,
Hmm.
I never really would have talked about about my sexual life, and I don't talk to anyone about my sexual life. Like that's really private.
Yeah,
So I can understand that at least.
like yeah, I can understand her being embarrassed, but I can't. Where she's losing me is he embarrassed me one time. Dot dot dot. It was abuse.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
That's where the disconnect is for me. Like
mm,
we've all been embarrassed by a friend or a love interest or a family member, or we've all been there and done that. And like, let's say your mother or your father or your uncle or whoever tells a really embarrassing childhood anecdote, even though it was something that happened when you were like 4 or 5 years old, and he or she is telling it like it happened just last week. Like we've all been there, right? That's not just me. Where like my mom will talk about childhood anecdotes as though they're still like indicative of who I am as a person, and then like just stop talking, just stop talking, just stop talking. Like we've all been there. So
No, I've
like
never been.
really, Martin's never brought up an embarrassing childhood anecdote from you.
Most stories from my early life are more or less just bad shit that's happened. I've never really had embarrassing shit happen to me.
Hmm.
So
Not even the time you tried to stick your tongue on a metal pole to see if the thing from the story was accurate.
I've told you that. I have no one. I'm not embarrassed by that.
See, I would be if I had done such a thing.
Yeah,
But
I
then
was,
again,
dude. I was in kindergarten. Name
mhm.
name one kid who is in like a kindergarten age has not done some dumb shit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
My just for balance's sake of I didn't want to tell an embarrassing story without having one of my own. My when I was 5 years old, the first Halloween costume that I remember when I was a kid was I went as Snow White.
that's not surprising.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, you told
you
you know you actually. I think you once showed me a picture of you dressed as Belle when you were a kid. So,
I no never dressed as Belle. Snow White was the one time I was the one time
yeah.
5-year-old me went in drag, kind of,
Yeah.
and I was cute. God damn it!
Yeah. But we got off topic there. Was
Mhm.
moving on, or did you have anything?
Yeah, I guess just to summarize what I think we both kind of said is being randomly embarrassed does not constitute abuse.
No, no. Again, I feel like we're just missing a lot of context in this regard, and like, it's weird because I mean, if something did happen, that's fucked up. Okay, I think we can both agree on that.
Right.
But
But
still
the
fucked
thing
up.
is, we're going off of the stuff that she's choosing to focus on. Is the thing.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's
Moving along though.
yeah, yeah. I don't have anything to say. So. After I saw the film, my husband confessed to being bewildered, bothered, even the Barbie Land ending, specifically when Barbie apologized to Ken for taking him for granted, saying not every night has to be a girl's night. Oh, I get why she said she did that. I said, I did the same thing. Barbie doesn't realize or want to be Ken, and that should be okay. But still winds up apologizing because she knows that Ken's frustration means he's going to do real damage to others or himself. IG, take over
Okay.
Barbie. Hold on, take over Barbie Land and jump off the train. If she doesn't
Mhm.
have time in some way, in one, if not the way he wants to. Okay, one, again, like Tony brought up a couple times before, like probably last week. They are not physically capable of that shit.
Yeah, they don't have a sex drive, for they have no sex organs.
But he just, if not else, from what you described to me in the movie, Tim just wants to be recognized as a friend to Barbie, like best friend or something like that.
Yeah, he wants to know that she cares about him in some way.
I mean, what the fuck is wrong with that?
I Apparently it's the most heinous thing ever, and is somehow like someone's abuser. Yeah, and this is the thing. This is the part where I'm going to be unnecessarily angry with you, like I am with everyone, my dear. But it's not because of whatever may or may not have happened to you with your alleged abuser. My issue is you are not paying attention to the movie, and it is causing you to make parallels which are not there, either from the movie in itself perspective, or even in a Greta Gerwigian, in an authorial intent perspective. Because here, because here's the thing: the thing you appear to just be glossing over as though it is completely immaterial. Irrespective of how you want to use the word oppression in real life, one way or the other, or neither, or whatever. Unironically, in Barbie Land, the Kens are second class citizens. They are, for a given value of the word oppressed, they are oppressed. They are literally homeless. They have no homes of their own. The only time they get to sleep in a house is when one of the Barbies invites them into one of their dream houses. That's why there's such a um that's why there's such a haymade out of turning the dream houses into the Mojo Dojos. But
The
yes.
names are excessive, but okay. I was gonna
Mm-hmm.
say I feel the names are a bit excessive.
Mm-hmm. But point being, if you look at it in the context of what actually happens to Ken, you would see that this isn't a case of, and I think this is her implication. Her implication is that Barbie is made to feel bad for having done nothing wrong. Um, I think is the implication she's going for. She convinced herself she did something wrong when she didn't, and that was just like the gaslighting that this woman experienced with her ex. I think is what I think is what the writer's going for. The thing is, though, Barbie actually did do quite a lot wrong through mostly innocence and or ignorance. I will grant you, because she's not a bad character. Like she's not a angry, spiteful, or vindictive character as written. The writing kind of makes her that way because of all the feminist dogma and bullshit. But the character herself is not an unempathetic individual. And so when she apologizes to Ken, it is because she actually meaningfully did do something wrong. She did treat Ken as a second class citizen. She did completely ignore and or spite his emotional connection to her. She did treat him as a glorified accessory to herself. She did make him homeless, etc., etc., etc. There are things that she demonstrably did wrong, and mind you, once again, in the context of Ken's second-class citizenship, because I know what she's getting at. She's getting at, if women want to have space to themselves, there's nothing wrong with that. But one, the Kens, the males in this equation, are actually being treated as second class citizens and rendered homeless. Two, if you pay attention to the movie, you know that in Barbie World, every single night is girls' night. As in every night since the world of the Barbies has been created, the Barbies basically had a massive party every night and only occasionally invited the Kens, let alone letting the Kens have their own lives. And that's the other thing. You're completely glossing over the fact that just like it's perfectly valid for Barbie to want time to herself, which is fine, would you extend that to the Ken? Would you extend that to Ken and let him, have his hanging out with the boys, doing do bro things, stuff that he likes to do? No, no, you would not, because the movie frames allowing Ken to explore the things he likes and be kind of a dude bro as a bad thing. So when Ken even allows himself to experience a guy's night, that is immoral. But there's nothing immoral about Barbie completely ignoring Ken literally every other night since they began to exist. Do you see how that's not exactly a equal or sane standard? Moving on.
And it gets even more complicated because Barbie recognizes Ken's awfulness, yet she still hopes he likes her. The desperate desire of women everywhere, articulated in the song, is just tiring only moments before. America Ferrera's Gloria, Barbie's real-world mentor, shows her that he does, and he's just mad that she doesn't like or want him the same way. Even though Barbie doesn't like King, she still doesn't want to hurt him. Gloria has to remind him that he stole her house and took over the government. Notably, Barbie ends the conversation with, "I'm like a real woman already," acknowledging this need to be liked and feared of causing harm. The fear of causing harm is bad, particular, particularly female experience because of it.
Okay, here's the thing. Barbie doesn't want specifically Ken to like her back, because as you just went over, she doesn't really like him. What you're experiencing there is Barbie's desire to simply be a nice person and to admit when she did something wrong. And once again, the reason why this is a complete non sequitur within the context of the movie is she's actually experiencing honest, unvarnished empathy for Ken in that moment when she realizes that she did wrong by him. And America Ferrera's character is talking her out of this empathy by pointing out that he took her material things. Keeping in mind the fact, of course, that Ken had no material things of his own. He was a second-class citizen. He had no house. He literally lived and slept on the beach in the context of the Barbie world. So you're trying to frame Barbie as being wrong not when she exploits Ken, not when she sidelines Ken, not when she completely ignores and doesn't care about Ken, but she's wrong for having empathy for him because in your mind that is her being gaslit, implying very heavily that there is no legitimate reason why anyone should care about men or Kens. Yet, no, I'm sorry. Her having empathy for him is not her being gaslight or her trying to live up to an unrealistic standard of compassion or something. It's her experiencing the other side of the coin. But the movie doesn't want to let her, and that's why America Ferrera's character steps in, because it's still a feminist movie after all. In a non-feminist movie, not even anti-feminist, but just a non-feminist movie, Barbie would be left to sit with her emotions, her empathy for Ken, and then the apology that she gives him would come off as more meaningful. Now it still does come off as meaningful because it does still come off as a sincere apology, but you're taking issue with that sincere apology because you don't think she has anything to apologize for. Meanwhile, Ken has something to apologize for simply wanting his vulnerability seen to, which again is very dehumanizing and tells me that you don't see male vulnerability very easily, if at all. Moving on.
Mhm. I have the same conversation nearly verbatim with my therapist in the aftermath of my workplace abuse. But he said I would hurt him, and I don't want to hurt him. What if he can't stop the dream last my therapist with Gloria reminded me he was your boss, continued to harass me after you said no. And he said, "No one will believe you because of the short dresses you wear, or something out of a madman."
Okay, here's the difference, love. And I'm not gonna take full credit for this point because I believe Art Warhammer got to it first. In your situation, apparently, he was the boss. He was your employer. There was actually a power differential between the two of you. In Barbie's case, however, Barbie was the one mistreating Ken. and he just tried to get some level of reciprocity and equality out of it. So, in other words, and again, not taking full credit for this because I'm pretty sure I'm stealing it from Arch, but in other words, in your context, you were not Barbie, but Ken. You were the Ken in the situation because you were the one who was being treated like an inferior citizen. You were the one being treated in the subordinate position. In other words, this analogy of yours would probably have worked out a lot better if you tried to get some respect and regard from your boss, and he acted put out for you desiring to have more of a say in your work relationship. Also, it must be said that Ken and Barbie are not in the context of a work relationship. They are in the context of a friendship, fellow citizen, and or maybe potentially, if you squint, a work relation or a romantic relationship. And this is once again where your lens, your interpretation is irrational because based on what you just said there and how I just padded it out, um, you don't seem to draw any differentiation between a work relationship and a friendship or romantic relationship. You think that romantic relationships or friendship relationships have the same power dynamics as a worker and an employer, which yeah, no, not at all. They are different categories of relationships for very good fucking reasons.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Moving on. Mhm.
as a woman, you have to force yourself to attach and look at the situation like you're watching a film to recognize the villain. Because we're so conditioned to believe in our failings and feel subsequent guilt. At one point, Kim screams at Barbie that she failed him, and she really seems to believe him. There's so much work afterward to make amends for something that she shouldn't have make amends for. She wants every night to be a girl's night, that should, and that's what she should have. She doesn't want to owe Kim anything. It's not her fault that he doesn't have anything else to do other than stalk her because he's upset. It's actually kind of scary. It's just like it's scary that there's been so much love, so much Kim love from audiences because he's just so harmless and affable. Also, an adjective used to describe my user until he's not.
Dear, given that the Barbies create the Barbie world, and given that the literal laws of goddamn physics within the Barbie world revolve around their subjective experience, it kind of is their fault that Ken has nothing better to do. And if Barbie doesn't owe Ken anything, would you also agree that Ken doesn't owe Barbie anything, and that Ken is perfectly justified in seeking out his boys' night of some description? No, you wouldn't, and that's my issue. My issue is if you applied the standard consistently, where you just said Ken and Barbie should go their separate ways, he should have his boys' night with the other Kens, she should have her girls' night with the other Barbies, that would be fine. That would be at least an egalitarian way of looking at it. That would be an individualistic way of looking at it. But here's the thing. You prioritize Barbie's feelings, emotions, and desires, whereas you don't even seem to acknowledge Ken's feelings, emotions, or desires. And what's more, you seem to frame or you seem to agree with the movie's framing that if Ken decides he wants a boys' night with the other Kens, he would be in the wrong because he actually does owe her something, and his subjective experience doesn't matter, which is where I call bullshit. Because if you want to be consistent with your principles, then if she wants a girls' night every night, then she doesn't get to complain if Ken goes and have a bro night or a boys' night with the other Kens. If we were being even-handed with this. But if you are going to claim that she doesn't owe him anything, but he is supposed to sit there and behave and be subservient, then we have a problem because you're not being consistent. And you're being dehumanizing towards Ken's hypothetical subjective experience. Moving on.
The most critical of Barbie, those most critical of Barbie are right-wing men who accuse the film of being too woke. Whereas I'm arguing we're not woke enough if we're not cringing during Barbie's apologies to and caretaking Ken. Fourth, let's say, um, uh, actually, she goes into her story a little bit more, but you have anything to say to the first part?
One, you don't have to be right wing to have a problem with Barbie. You just have to be non-feminist, and those aren't the same thing. Two, quite a lot of right wingers are the people giving the aforementioned Ken love that you have such a problem with. And four, like I said, because there is this alternate interpretation of the movie, which seems to be not just equally valid, but more valid than the one the author intended. I don't think the movie is all that woke. Apart from the surface level feminist pandering, I think, like I say, it's kind of similar to Joker if you see Ken as the protagonist, and it's sort of men's rightsy, all things considered. So while yes, on the surface, I suppose it could be seen as woke. I think it's just a straight up accidental men's rights movie. And I do stress the word accidental there because, like I said, I think the author intended to do one thing, but the movie she made does a completely another thing. Moving on.
At first, I did not report my bonds for such hard action because he voluntarily resigned from his position after my no became increasingly desperate, and I chose to believe him that I was going to cross lines and that he would go to therapy. But when I began to talk to other women about what had happened, I discovered that someone else, younger and in an even more vulnerable position, had made previous allegations that were dismissed, after which she left the workplace. This changed everything because it was easier for me to be for all women to advocate for others rather than myself. I worked with a lawyer to submit a letter to my workplace on notice. I put my workplace on notice. I requested the Title IX investigation. It was a month of silence and no real world version of Leah Perlman's Bruce Hatter's Handbook, a divine feminine creator in body, named after the actual Mattel executive made the iconic doll, has emerged to offer change, pointing in the direction of there is a way out, or provide illumination via a magical hand grasp by such an opaque process.
Okay, once again, one, you're trying to analogize a workplace relationship with an interpersonal relationship. You can't do that. Two, it is very possible indeed that some of these things might be the result of misunderstandings, and that might be why he's in therapy. Three, this thing we call the projection of malicious intent. That's the ultimate issue here. You even acknowledge that the dude is in therapy. That implies to me that he might A, either not realize what he's doing, or B, there might be more variables in play and he might be just bad at communicating. But you see this as he is malicious, he has malicious intent, and he uses therapy to cover his malicious intent. Which, no. As I often say to so many arguments, never attribute to malice what can adequately be explained by incompetence. You can claim that he's abusing his role as a employer. That's fine. You can claim that he's bad at social cues. That's also fine. But your assumption appears to be, in spite of his own protestations to the contrary, he has malicious intent and knowingly and willfully is doing what he's doing. And no. And you certainly can't do that with Ken, because every possible interpretation of the movie relies upon the fact that Ken does not realize what he is doing. Whether you believe in the feminist version, where he gets hoodwinked by the patriarchy and doesn't realize it, or whether you believe in the men's rights version, where he's just kind of too much of an innocent cinnamon roll to realize the difference between a more constructive version of masculinity slash manhood slash male vulnerability and like the Andrew Tate model. He is too much of a cinnamon roll to realize what he's doing, and yet you are projecting malicious intent. And the reason why I know is because at every interval where you've had to describe Ken, you've described him as either awful, manipulative, or abusive, and you've described Barbie's experience of him as, quote, realizing he's awful, or realizing his awfulness, which implies that he is being awful on purpose, or that he somehow would do this on purpose if he did know what he was doing, which neither of those things you can actually say meaningfully. Moving on.
Is the real villain of the film, my husband considered? Yes, in the feminist utopia that audiences are looking for appears at the beginning of the movie. The Barbie shows no compunction at telling Ken she'd like him to leave, and when he just does. Compunction, not compulsion, compunction.
Yeah, compunction. It means like difficulty or hard time.
I wouldn't really call it, to be fair, feminist utopia is not ideal. Honestly, utopia itself is flawed always.
Yeah, utopias are inherently flawed because humans are individuals, and you need a system with enough latitude to account for multiple different lifestyles. Much in the same way as here, in a sane version of this world, as I said, Barbie could have her girls' night until she got bored with it. Ken could have his guys' night until he got bored with it. They could commingle whenever they felt like it, and nobody would be any the worse for wear. But in the matriarchal society of the Barbies, Kens are second-class citizens and viewed as annoying, and only used as accessories or appliances. And Barbies are unself-aware tyrants. Yeah, no, Ken is most definitely not the villain here.
Mm-hmm.
In a sane interpretation, he is either a completely innocent person who accidentally becomes a villain, or he is a tragic or incompetent, well-meaning protagonist character, whereas Barbie is a well-meaning but ultimately inept accidental villainess. Those are the two most sane options. Either you take the feminism as read, and Ken is an innocent boy who's hoodwinked by the idea of patriarchy, or you take the men's rights approach, in which case Ken is actually the protagonist who just wants to see his vulnerabilities met. Moving on.
In the end, I'm glad about reading. Film has helped me both understand and communicate my most traumatic and confusing experience to my husband, a man who is even more of a feminist advocate than whereas Michael Cera's Alan. I wish there were multiples of Alan who actively helped overthrow Kingdom in Barbie Land. because he recognizes its toxicity. And I wish that Barbie's apology to Ken felt as uncomfortable to Jen in the film and to real life audiences as it did to my husband.
Um, again, I disagree. I hate to disagree with your husband here, but yeah, no. If you paid the frick attention to the movie, you would know that feminism or no feminism, Kens are second-class citizens, and so Barbie's apology to him is in the context of actually having done something wrong. Not because she doesn't think it's right that she have girls' night every night, because she has finally come to terms with the fact that he has a personhood that she has not been acknowledging this entire time. And no, we don't need more Allens or more Michael Cera's, because um the toxicity that you're perceiving in the Kendom really isn't there. Again, even at their worst, even at their most oppressive, the Ken's main demand is simple reciprocity. They don't even stop doing the things for Barbie that Barbie wants them to do. They just demand some kind of acknowledgement um or validation from doing those things. And they want there to be such a thing as a male space. And in the world of Barbie, there is no such thing as a male space. All the Kens are homeless and only get to go in the house when they've done enough to please their Barbie that the Barbie indulges them.
That was kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
Well, not kind of. It actually is really fucked up.
yeah. And when you get right down to the fact that um like 80% of the unsheltered homeless in real fucking life are male, it gets even more unironically fucked up.
Moving on.
But yeah, but moving on, yeah.
But we got like one paragraph left. So.
Huzzah, this article I felt like this article was going to drive me insane.
Oh, well, her, yeah, basically.
Mhm.
Um, here's the truth. I would not have been able to heal from my experience as quickly as I did without my husband's solid dental support. I told him about the abuse he listened. He also urged me to take therapist, someone who can tell everything to him, said, and that my affection for and fear of hurting him was causing me to hold back. I feel vulnerable in this very situation, and he never wants me to about him or his ego. And he needs both like the body to school and to help himself. And understand why I was exhibiting physical symptoms of narcissistic abuse.
Um I'm glad you got a happy ending. I'm glad your husband was there for you. Please don't treat your husband like he is the outlier and your abuser is the common one, because if nothing else, that's uncharitable and dehumanizing. In truth, my dear, the toxic people who have, narcissism, borderline, and cluster B personality disorders, the kind of abusive bosses that you're talking about, they are the outlier. Supportive, genuine men are the uh, are the common ones. And if you could look past this experience of yours and see Ken as a surrogate for someone like your husband, I think that would clear up a lot of this issue. Um, Granted, I don't know what your relationship with your husband is like. Maybe something about your relationship would prevent you from seeing that parallel. But in truth, the Ken of the movie is, at least from what you're describing, a lot more similar to your husband than it was to your ex-boss.
Okay,
And so much the better.
one sentence left.
Mhm.
If this works, a year of listening perspective talking, taking that cause the discomfort you experience while watching Bugs. And this discomfort is the transformative power capable of making Greta Gerwig. That's the sequel I think, but not really.
Yeah, but no, darling, you don't have to be a Michael Cera style hipster to be a good man. You don't have to shun masculinity or maleness to be a good man. Because even as the movie itself determines, one of the most defining qualities of manhood is the desire to please people in general, but women specifically. And again, I think if you could learn to see your husband as a Ken or the Kens as someone similar to your husband, you might be able to understand why Barbie is actually apologizing to him. Because imagine if you hurt your husband by being too self-involved, or imagine if he came to you with vulnerabilities um and you one-sided him because you thought what you were going through was more important. Do you think that your husband would, in that situation, be justified in standing up for himself and standing up for his own vulnerabilities? And in such a case, would you or would you not owe him an apology? Your answers to these questions would really help you get a clearer understanding of the movie, I think.
Right, and for the record, most like actually good relationships, either romantic or friendships or whatever, um, are well partnerships. They're they're give and take. Make up for each other's weaknesses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, that's why like every time I talk about like the kind of woman I want someone that kind of matches me. That you say,
Inserts image of Azula.
never gonna let that go, are you? Like,
No, no, I am not.
okay, for the record, I was not the only guy. I'm not the only guy out there that is fucking attracted to Zula. To Azula.
No, no, no. It's the thing that is worth drawing attention to is your desire to fix her and your desire to hug her and your desire to essentially smooth out her rough edges. And as your friend, I would say that if we found ourselves in the Avatar universe and she hurts you, I am bloodbending the bitch.
Again, great shit stuff. But I'm just, yeah, but again, like, real relationships, like real honest, truly good relationships, like healthy
And it
ones.
doesn't have to be a romantic one. It can just be a friendship.
Yeah, yeah. It is a give and take. It's a partnership. Both parties are equal. Granted, there could be some
And
sense
also,
more.
mhm.
Yeah, there could be some centralization because one could have a lot more things going on than the other. But again, ultimately, when it comes down to it, both parties are equal in the partnership and are there for each other, which is
Mhm.
the most important thing.
And something for our feminist writer here to examine. Um, in a stable relationship, both parties are able to be vulnerable around each other. I I have lost count of the number of times my close friends, present company included, but not necessarily directly alluded to, have called me with an emotionally devastating problem, and the one of the closest portions of our friendship was me sitting there offering um, emotional support and advice for my friend when they were in pain. So if you can't be vulnerable around your partner, whether it be a friendship partner like Brainstormer was alluding to, or a romantic partner, there is something wrong. It and there's something just as wrong if you can be vulnerable around your friend or your significant other, but they don't feel comfortable being vulnerable around you. That would be a remarkably lopsided relationship. And I think part of the issue is, and one of the reasons I am a men's rights advocate, is so many relationships, heterosexual ones at least, in the romantic space, um, revolve around women feeling free to be vulnerable whenever they like, but not being able to handle it when men need that kind of emotional support in return. It's not a good basis for a relationship.
Yeah. What? I feel like this is a discussion we should save for like February or something.
Yes, it probably is.
All right. The last thing was something I sent because, well, I got lucky and it popped up in my recommended.
Brainstormer is forever in charge of the positive thing because
You're
usually I just can't be arsed.
well, that and also you're a depressing motherfucker.
I mean, this is true. This is very true.
This
And
is,
I appreciate you all for putting up with me.
you're not as depressing as you think you are, but so yeah, this is the official trailer for the Continental from the World of Done, which is a prequel.
Hmm.
Because I did watch it first and see if there was anything worth talking about.
Hmm.
It is very much a prequel.
Hmm.
Um, God, there anything John?
Um.
I mean, okay, I got like three ideas. I'm not sure which one would work.
Hmm.
Gold coins, the first one in line.
Hmm.
Um, second is Baba Yaga,
Hmm.
and actually, no, those actually are two.
Um. There's gotta be something.
They don't really
Um.
do what they don't
Like
really have.
the closest the closest thing I can think of is John Wick likes bourbon, so I was gonna go bourbon, but
Oh, he does. I completely forgot about that. I mean, to be
yeah,
fair,
because
it's a detail that's never really like it's there, but it's not a like a focus, you know.
yeah, I remember I remember the scene though where
Cassian and John in the second movie were they're finding
yeah, her bodyguard there, they go after it and they crash into the I think it
continent,
was the Italian Continental and
continent, continent de Roma.
mhm. And they stop immediately and they look at each other and John goes, gin, wasn't it? And the other guy goes, bourbon, right?
Cassian.
Yeah. Which is just such a like I love the like immediate like yeah, we were trying to kill each other 5 seconds ago, but uh, a civilized human being has standards, God damn it.
All that and the rules.
Well, yeah, I mean nobody fucks with the Continental, but that's why the Continental is actually my favorite part of the John Wick lore. The like I I love me some like old school courtly like hospitality politicking. And the Continental leaves so much opportunity open for the hospitality politicking.
Well, that is
Anyway,
also sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was just gonna say that and the Continental. Every Continental just has so much style to it. Like it's its
Well,
own world in itself, you know.
yeah, that's the thing about the spy or the assassins guild in the High Table in the John Wick universe. Is it's such old school, old fashioned, unabashed luxury porn, and I don't know why, but like the modern like wealthy class hates showing off their luxury. It just comes off as like they don't appreciate their luxury. We
It
need
is
more we need more movies that have luxury porn in them.
I mean, when you kill people, I think you just want to feel like you are high in 40 most of the time. Because most of
civilized human being at the end of the day. Anyway, bourbon.
yeah, yeah, let's go bourbon. Bourbon.
A suit doesn't make a man. It's what's inside the suit that counts. It's resourcefulness and perhaps an open heart.
So I realize it kind of has a smaller budget than the movies, which is totally fine because I think they're using I think they're using the smaller budget well.
Yeah, it's on screen, unlike a lot of things. So yeah.
But I want to point this out. Is anyone else getting like Deadly Class vibes?
A bit, yeah, or like number 5 from Umbrella Academy almost.
Or just Umbrella Academy in general?
Well, but I mean, yeah, kind of, but specifically.
I'm mostly talking about aesthetic wise, like how it looks. Well, clearly, some way it could also take inspiration from like other TV shows that have similar styles. Like the color and stuff, and how it's shot. I think.
Yeah, it's very obviously somebody watched the 4 John Wick movies and went through them with a fine-tooth comb and was like, how can we like match this aesthetic or something akin to it, because prequel on a TV budget.
I think this book takes place in like the 70s.
It must be somewhere around there because it's focusing on Winston when he was younger, so.
Yeah. I was going to bring that up when they actually mentioned him. Said his name. I don't mind that stuff. Like it's surrounding Winston, because Winston is like a really interesting character. You gotta really consider that he's an old man in a game where men die young.
Yeah.
And not only that, but he was made. I think it's 3 decades, right? 3 or 4.
But I thought he said 50 years, but I could be wrong.
3 or 4. I think it's supposed to be. I'm leaning towards 4 decades, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, somewhere in there. Regardless, he was appointed as a steward of the Continental fairly early on in his career, so he must have distinguished himself fairly early on.
Yeah, and to be fair,
that kind of prestige.
And the thing I also love about John Wick is just again, I know I bring this up a lot, especially when I'm doing writing. But it has a Star Wars style, and the fact that, old Star Wars style, in the fact that you're just watching one story play out when there are like hundreds, if not thousands of stories.
It's a lived-in universe.
Yeah. And Winston always intrigued me because, again, old man in a profession where men die young, and not to mention he has to be very much distinguished to be considered. I mean, he was considered the high table by.
Yeah, he must have been distinguished fairly early on as well, because if he has been a steward of the Continental for 40, 50 years, then he must have been in his late 20s, early 30s when he got the post.
Yeah.
But anyway, bourbon.
Sorry, I'm trying to think about any. Well, the line he's saying too, as well, with like the suit, and what matters more so is the person who wears it. That does feel like very Winston line.
It does, especially when you consider that maybe this is just me projecting myself onto Winston a little bit, but it always struck me that the thing that he likes about the lifestyle isn't the shooting, isn't the killing. Like, he's not bloodthirsty. He actually likes the old world aristocratic vibe of it. Like, he likes the, as I call it, the hospitality politicking.
Mm-hmm. He's a lavish motherfucker.
Which I mean to be fair, again, we don't have enough lavish motherfuckers in modern society. We need more of them.
Now, to be fair, I blame modernity and the postmodern style of shit.
Yeah, the whole it's gauche to show off your wealth and you can't be appreciative of what you have bullshit, but bothered
Well,
me
that's also, I mean,
significantly.
like, I mean, look at postmodern architecture and shit. No art.
I mean, yeah, Gothic cathedral, modern skyscraper. Gothic cathedral, modern skyscraper. It's yeah. Yeah.
You get Gothic
Or,
skyscraper.
well, I mean, that's kind of what the Art Deco was, and dear gods, I hope we go back to Gothic stuff and Art Deco stuff at some point.
I would love to see retrofuturism come back.
Yeah, me too. Go full steampunk, why not? But anyway, bourbon.
Oh,
We should go on.
Yeah, that's not exactly what I meant, but okay.
Mhm.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I haven't finished my drink.
This sacred institution wields power beyond your imagination. Winston, you really stole something from me.
So I'll be honest, the young actor they cast as Winston here definitely feels like a young.
Yeah, I can definitely in McShane. Did you drop out again, Brainstormer? Because it did that thing where the screen froze for a second. It would seem we have lost Brainstormer again. Yep. Okay, are we back?
Yeah, sorry, that was again on my end.
Yeah, I could tell as soon as the screen did its little buffer wheel thing, I was like, okay, yep, we've lost Brainstormer again. Because that's what I always see on my end when that happens is the screen like does a little buffer wheel thing.
Again, that's my bad. What were you saying about Winston's actor?
I could definitely see him aging up in McShane, kind of like how when I saw Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate, when I saw Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate, I immediately saw Matt Smith playing a younger version of him. Did I lose you again, Brainstormer?
No,
It did the little.
I was just saying.
Okay, because it did the little buffer wheel thing again, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Anyway, bourbon while the internet connection holds still.
I got Mel Gibson here as the previous manager.
Yeah.
very important to a lot of very dangerous people. Find them, because if you don't, they'll bring the weight of this whole institution.
It's very interesting.
hmm I think the previous manager was definitely more a get his hands dirty sort of guy.
Well, it's no guessing, so yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, the previous manager strikes me as like a classic old school, like Tony Soprano mobster type person, whereas Winston is more about the like posh aristocratic angle.
Yeah, and so with the song, God, I've heard it before. I just can't remember the fucking name of it they're using for the trailer. That has to be very indicative of the time and setting.
Yeah, I know the song you're thinking of too, and I think they are leaning 70s ish, probably.
Yeah, like Shooting Star.
I think that's what it's called.
God, this guy's fucking shit. I'm looking at
Because I know I've heard it in like old school like blaxploitation movies and stuff.
I heard it in okay. I heard it in Muppets in Space. That's why the first time I ever heard the song.
Yeah, that makes sense for you.
Shining Star.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna look that up. For the Manhattan.
Mhm.
1980.
Okay.
So it's 80. Okay, so it's 80.
Well, I mean that is like it's 2023. 2003 was 20 years ago. 1993 would be 30 years ago. 1983 would be 40 years ago.
Well, I think you also have to be fair, the John Wick quadrilogy only takes place about 2014, 2015. The first three movies take place about a week.
Yeah, because they're fairly concordant with each other.
And John Wick Chapter 4 takes a few months after 3. So
okay, so 2014, 2004, 10 years.
so about 30 then, maybe.
1993 would be 20 years, and then yeah, so 30 years.
I mean, to be fair, that's impressive, more or less, to still be in that game.
Yeah. Which, how old would Ian McShane have been in 1983?
Well, let me check out his age now.
Because if we want to stick Ian McShane back in the 80s, this would help us figure out how long it's been.
Okay, so currently he's 80.
He's 80.
Yeah.
He looks very good for that age.
A lot of actors do.
He did. I would have guessed like 65, 70 maybe. Good for you for aging so well, Ian, I suppose. But
Okay, so if this was in 2014, then
let's say 2013 for the sake of consistency. So he would have been 70 in the first John Wick.
Yeah.
Then 2013 to 2003 is another 10 years, so he would have been 60 in 2003. 50 in 1993, and 40 in 1983. Then
Definitely looks a lot younger. Well, then Winston must not be that old. in universe.
Yeah, he must be younger than Ian, which I suppose he doesn't look 80, so
True. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
But
Really?
Bourbon,
Let me get to the top.
yeah, we should get back on point with Bourbon.
Down on you both.
Sharon.
Sure, guess the door.
We made a big mistake coming here.
You're my brother, Frankie.
We have to strike first. And I need all the help I can get.
How are we supposed to believe a guy in an ascot can pull this off?
Okay, based on the car they're driving and the reference to an ascot, I'm calling 70s.
Well, it's weird to put an 80s song in the 70s. I mean, it has a very 70s vibe to it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, again, I'm almost positive I've heard it in blaxploitation movies of that time. So
Well, then
it must sound
well, to be fair,
70s-ish.
it was released in 1980, so it could be kind of an homage to the 70s. Like
Well, if it was released in the year 1980, then as we know, it takes a couple of years for the decades to differentiate themselves. So
Yeah. So okay, that's fine.
so yeah, I call 70s.
Okay, yeah, and some of the clothing does look very 70s. So
Because I know enough about cars to know that is a 70s car. I don't know what 70s car off the top of my head, but it has a very 70s body to it.
yeah, well, and I'm also looking at like the other characters' clothes. They look very 70s. So this could be at the very least a late 70s, as it was going into the 80s.
Yeah. It depends on whether we're supposed to take how seriously we're supposed to take the fashion trends.
I'm a fucking idiot. It said at the beginning, 1976.
Okay, we're both dumb.
1970s New York. Okay.
Yeah, we're both extremely apparently bad at hearing because we didn't.
Oh no, they
Okay.
didn't say it. They showed it.
Okay, so yeah, we're both dumb and blind apparently. But
Okay,
moving on.
Well, I'm gonna call it, and for the record, this is like a 3-part thing. It's not a series. I mean, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. But we kind of know the fate of a lot of these characters, which kind of sucks. Mainly because
I wonder who they're gonna get to play the concierge, especially after.
going forward in time, like in present time, or here.
No, because of the de-aging, I'm thinking. Because obviously they're not gonna bring him back now because I'm imagining they're just gonna say he died off screen like his actor did.
He was killed in the movie.
Oh right, in 4 he did get. Okay, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, we know a lot about I am assuming Winston's brother dies just because we never see him appear in the movie series or even mentioned, mind you.
Yeah, you'd think he would at least draw attention to him, especially because he's kind of John's surrogate father.
Granted, they probably created that character after all this, mind you. So
Yeah, it's a retcon, but it at least a good story would fit the world building. So
granted, it's the John Wick franchise, and you never really know what to expect.
I still don't think John's dead. I still think he faked his own death to be with his dog
and his wife.
Well, his wife is very obviously actually real dead. Unless they do a John Wick 5 and retcon that she was one of the High Table members the whole time,
Alright, but
which I don't expect John Wick would do, but I could totally see another spy franchise do.
okay, but this makes me curious because it mentioned like, well, we'll get there, I guess, or well, did you already mention it? Like a resistance to the High Table or something?
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm wondering how much.
To be fair, it would make sense given that the High Table's been around for a long time. There would be many people against it at some point in other given.
Yeah, because unless I'm misremembering, I think they said the High Table has existed pretty much since the Middle Ages. So
Yeah.
that's
That's
one long reaching thing there.
Colonel Enterprise.
Hmm?
Colonel Enterprise.
Hmm.
Anyway, shall we?
Bourbon.
Bourbon.
It's a cravat. If we're gonna take on the Continental, every freak ain't until we have to.
Well, that's lovely.
Okay, based. The distinction between an ascot and a cravat. Based.
I still love how they have so many unique looking patterns and stuff. But again, it really gives the person out the world this vastness.
And the lighting is also really good here. Although
That is always. I mean, yeah, it's not. It's kind of flatter than the movies, but that's kind of to be expected with TV shows.
it's better than most movies manage, to be fair.
Yeah. And if you're worried about the quality, it's just I have to keep it at 480p because anything higher and it kind of just it skips things.
Brainstormer's computer is a potato.
Well, no, when I share it, because when I watch it stuff on my own, I have it at 7, which is fine. But when I share it on StreamYard, it fucks up.
Mm.
So I have to keep it at 48p, 480, or 480.
I see. But anyway, bourbon. You know what we should have done? We should have done bourbon Nana. Why didn't we do bourbon Nana? God damn it.
Now we're already doing bourbon, so no turn back on that.
Yeah, bourbon it is. But in future Continental / John Wick related shit, bourbon Nana.
I'll write it down. Yeah, bourbon.
Bourbon.
We need guns. Lots of guns.
Okay, so I mean, action's amazing, but I just kind of expected that off the bat. To be fair.
I mean, it's in the John Wick universe. What do you want?
And I'm thinking I know where John got that wine from. Then
Yep. I do wonder if we'll actually get to see the birth of John and Winston like mentoring him, depending on how long the series goes for.
how old is John supposed to be? I mean, more or less, you're expecting to be mid to late 90s, acting through the early 2000s.
If we're meant to assume he's the same age as Keanu Reeves, then he'd be born basically any day now, I would imagine, relative to the series timeline.
Yeah.
If it's revealed that in addition to being Jonathan's adoptive, like surrogate father, Winston is actually his biological father, 1, I called it. 2,
Dude,
good on you, show.
no, you fucking, I called that.
Hmm.
I remember exactly when we talked about that in our John Wick 4 review. I fucking called that. To be fair, I never. Well, okay. To be fair,
I've been calling it since the first one. I don't think it's I don't think it's a very hidden secret if it turns out to be the case.
true.
Like
I saw.
as soon as soon as I started second guessing it or I started guessing it as soon as the first scene where we see Winston in the like Continental bar there, the one that they need the coins to get into. I was
Mhm.
just like, am I seeing the family resemblance between Winston and John that I think I'm seeing, or am I bullshitting? But the more we learn about their relationship, the more I'm like, either you are just very, very close, surrogate father and son, or Winston never told you that he's your actual father, which would be my guess.
Right, and there is also saying like I remember someone proposed the theory that he was his father-in-law, like Helen was Winston's daughter. I don't know. I don't really think that.
I don't like that so much, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting, but yeah, I feel like it kind of diminishes something with Helen.
Like, frankly, I do like them as just adoptive father and son, but since we have a prequel series to make, it does sort of write itself that he was the father the whole time. I also wouldn't mind seeing the Russian ballerina um assassin trainer there. It wouldn't surprise me if, in addition to being his, surrogate mother, um he was she was his actual mother.
John is supposed to be an orphan. Like it is mentioned several times that he's an orphan of their tribe.
Yeah, but I'm wondering how much of that is um plausible deniability and them keeping the information from him on purpose.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, given it's a world of assassins, having and it says shown like with what was his? Okay, I feel bad, but like one of John's friends who kept a daughter nearby as his concierge.
Hmm.
It's never really good to have family mixed in with this kind of life.
Well, also keep in mind the High Table basically bred him as the perfect child assassin. So, like,
Yeah.
there's a reason he's the Baba Yaga. So,
I always thought he made that name for himself when he was an assassin.
I always assumed it was a title that they gave him because he's so fucking boogeymanish. Even though Baba Yaga, the character from mythology, is actually a woman and a witch, but I digress.
They did play around with the Russian.
Hmm.
Although I
Like,
think the purpose of the witch does kind of in certain
no, like Baba Yaga does fill that sort of boogeymanish role. It's just like it's funny because the literal translation is something like old mother or mother Baba. Um,
yeah. What is it? No, I'm not gonna look it up, but makes me curious what the actual term, like the actual Russian word.
if there is a Russian equivalent of the boogeyman that would have fit better. Yeah, I've often wondered that, never looked it up because I
Um,
honestly didn't want to spoil it too badly.
and I don't think. Sorry, we're getting a little somewhat off topic here in terms of the trailer, but something I noticed with like John Wick, even though most people focus on like the Baba Yaga, the boogeyman part of him, but he has had genuine friendships and relationships, even when he was an assassin.
Yeah, no, he's well liked by almost everyone, like it honestly seems like the more you don't know John, the more afraid of him you are, but the more you do know John, the more you realize he's just kind of a nice dude. Like with like with the black guy from the first movie, the one that Perkins kills when he's left a watcher.
Hudson?
Um,
No, Ernie.
Ernie.
No, is it Ernie? God, fuck.
I think it. Ernest.
Ernest. Thank you.
There we go. But yeah, or Francis, the guard that is just like, I am going to take the night off, and John is just like, yeah, okay.
But to be fair, that's professionalism, and also I think Francis is probably.
Well, I mean, yes, but also like think of all the times people went out of their way to help John, even when it was like a massive hindrance to, like the doctor. The doctor obviously genuinely likes John, otherwise he wouldn't have.
Right. Yeah. True. And also, Willem Dafoe's character from the first movie, Marcus,
Yeah.
who was literally paid or offered payment to kill John, but didn't. Literally saved his life from purpose.
Yeah, he's been on guard duty this entire movie, and doesn't even hold it against John when he winds up getting captured by Dio at the end.
Yeah.
Like it says something that the more you know John personally, the more it's just like, oh hey John. Or speaking of the policeman dude. The policeman dude from the first movie. The one that is just like just checking in to see if you're working again.
Harry?
And
Was it Harry? He was also in the second one, like briefly. Also, John Leguizamo's character too.
the one who slaps Vigo's son when he finds out who he fucked with.
Yeah. God damn, he's already remember their names because he's only given the scene like twice.
Yeah, but yeah, the one that's just like, yeah, I can have your car repaired by like Christmas 2025.
2030. No,
Yeah,
no.
or yeah, something like that. But that, like, everyone who knows John on any kind of personal level, is just he's just like, they treat him almost like he's a extremely dangerous teddy bear, but still a teddy bear. Even Perkins gives him shit when they're in the lobby waiting to queue for the rooms. Like,
No, they don't have any. Do they? I thought they just looked at each other. There's actually like a theory I know someone posted about this. It's like Perkins kind of hatred for John. Like two ideas. Right?
mm-hmm.
The one is obviously like kind of the initial one, which I think that most people would get, is her jealousy of John and him being assassin, but she was always second fiddle to him, right?
Yeah, she can never hold a candle to the child who was literally bred from birth to be an assassin.
Yeah. And the second one, which I kind of subscribe to because I think it's a lot more interesting and delves into a character that never got that was kind of there a bit in the first John Wick.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't more. She had like this somewhat infatuation with John, but had this hatred for him because not only was he out of her life, but he found someone else.
Yeah.
Like I said, I subscribe to that one because I feel like it's a lot more interesting and gives a little more depth to that character.
I have an interesting theory if you don't mind backtracking on our Winston theory a little bit, which is that Perkins is Winston's biological daughter, but John is the son that he wanted.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
Because that would explain why she's constantly like measuring herself against John, and like the dark hair and features is very similar to Winston's. Anyway, Bourbon.
Yeah. Well, so
many layers. John Wick is an awesome franchise.
It really is. All right. Bourbon?
Bourbon.
This is more than vengeance. This is justice.
Can you dig it?
Let's take this house and everything that comes with it.
It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, and I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, was it? That's actually really interesting because they set up in the 70s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it? And this is set technically in New York. Was it
Mm-hmm.
like the 70s and 80s, like really crime infested and like almost lawless?
That is correct.
Huh.
So it might be a rooting for a high table style, refined crime world rather than a lawless, anarchic one.
Right. It's just interesting to me because if that also happened in the John Wick's world, which assumingly it does, because most of the stuff that happens in John Wick's world is
Yeah, it's very closely parallel. It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't deviate radically or anything.
But this just makes me wonder what the implication of like the crime waves that happened in New York during the 70s.
That would explain like the rising up against the table thing. Like it reminds me a little bit of the of one of the villains from the Dresden Files, Gentleman Johnny Marcone. He keeps an iron fist over crime in Chicago, and the police mostly just let him do it because he has a very refined, very gentlemanly, very intellectual way of looking at crime, which is more orderly and refined and more, for lack of a better word, merciful than anarchic criminals. Like he basically sets up his own semi like mini high table scenario. So I think that might be the route we're going here of like, as bad as the high table is, at least they are refined, at least they are old world, at least they do have the system of honor and shit.
Well, as much as they want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Because also at the end of the day, they are criminals, and let's be honest, most criminals don't adhere to codes.
Well, but I mean the old school adage of honor among thieves. That's the difference.
Well, okay, this could also be a very different high table at the time and period. It could actually be a high table that sticks to their rules and values.
I mean it could, but I like the idea of they're gonna kind of flip the script on us, and we're going to have to like root for the high table's way of doing things over anarchy. In other words, the difference between a criminal and a thief, or I guess in this context, the difference between a criminal and an assassin.
Yeah. But I think my point still stands, though, is this would be a different generation of a high table considered to the present day one.
Yeah, but like we say, it seems like for all intents and purposes, some version or other of the high table has existed since the Middle Ages. So
right, but I'm saying like the people who are on the high table.
Right.
And that could be because the high table we see in the present day in John Wick, like the movie, seems very hypocritical. Let's be fully honest on that.
I mean, they do and they don't. Like I can see it either way.
Yeah. I'm just pointing out that this could be what the high. I'm just saying it's very interesting when you really consider it.
Yeah, there's lots of parallels. Anyway, it's after midnight, so we really should
Yeah.
bourbon.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's, sorry.
Away we go.
Oh, it's on Peacock. I was gonna ask where it's being shown. Good for Peacock for getting this.
And also did Peacock also did Twisted Metal, which I've heard is actually really good.
They also did the Lost Symbol adaptation, which I only got to see the first couple episodes of because I didn't want to pay for it, but it looked really good.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Comes out in September on September 25th.
Mhm.
All right, folks.
So little over, or actually no, a little under a month.
With that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, abidazay, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Respect the rules of the Continental, or fuck off and die.